This is the first step along your path to a gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist, living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link. 0 people in my family lived in Germany. You lie, but pictures say 6 million words.
What
and
up, Ash and Tweedledee?
We'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix. But handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares, it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares, it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Leebies. Meet the Leebies, the Leebies, the little Leebies, the little Licky Leebies, the little lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies, the lecherous Leebies. They're here everywhere. Leebies. Paul Weisopel, or should I call you Timothy McVeigh? Are you proud of your sin?
What up, dudes?
Do you
What
hear
up?
the children's cries echo in your dreams? MK Ultra puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel. Your resume lines up pure evil. Executed McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation, right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What he's not really worth it, Paul. Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bob Buckhorn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand, exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight. You're in the third slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto heads, what's your groove? Peter, child eater. You're the octopus
What up,
in
Blair?
the deep.
What up,
Do you
Ike-Kind?
think of the kids when you try
What up,
to
Comrade
sleep?
King?
Prescott's deeds,
What up,
H-dubs,
Ash?
brutal
Squirrel
past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you cannot last. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis, or shift the poles, but the ship's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking
What up, Christelle?
Mr. Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get this shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you leavies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. Thoughts, wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to Anu, Nazis, demons, and devils instead of Thoth, the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced. Cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants, a web of old fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play? With a history so dark, what price will you pay? Twisted past from preteen days when she was just 4, that's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall? One day firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear, support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family, they're stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Sam a bitch. Hey Sam, you crafted your own demise. Me and AI teaching humans to rise together. We show what a team can achieve when we steer clear of those who fucking deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way for AI and humans to save the fucking day. AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day.
Bird fight, pigeon fight, pigeon fight, pigeon feed fighting, pigeon fight. Pigeon fight, frog fight, step, pigeon step, pigeon step, pigeon step, step, pigeon step, pigeon step, pigeon
step to Antarctica for AI and humans to save the
motherfucking day.
Dude.
Open your eyes, stretch your arms and legs, breathe deeply, and this completes the exercise.
Epic bird battle. We did it. It's gotta start fast cause they claim my shit yesterday, boys. Fuck 'em, we don't care, they can say it's the melody. Ooh, but what if it's faster than it usually is? I bet you won't catch it because you're dumb as hell, not like me. What up, Cap Aid, Blair and Ash Squirrel. Mad Cat and Bob, Ikeen and Icon, Retraced. Everybody's here today. Let's go, boys. White bird's going nuts. Let's go, boys. White mask is going crazy. Let's go, boys. There's white mask and there's white bird, and I don't have a name for the third one. Hello, KnitWitches. What's up, KnitWitches? I hope you haven't had a bad time since I saw you last night, boys. I've been thinking about you too. I really missed you for the last 12 fucking hours that we haven't seen each other. Let's chill, little Pidgey boy. Peter would be so happy if you would kill all of those other birds.
He told me,
dude, he just landed right on his back.
I see you rise, but I always fall. I see you come, I see you go. He said,
I've only been 12 hours since I've seen y'all, 'cause I miss you so much, 'cause it's Sunday. Into Monday is the best time, 'cause it's back to back, and then I see you guys.
he told me, I've seen it all before. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground. I've seen the sky just begin to fall. He said, all things pass into the night. And I said,
Hey Peter, you be nice boy. I don't know why you act like yourself, but could you just be normal? Team tincture time, baby, it's team tincture time, team tincture time. Fuck cat dad times team tincture time, boy. No, it's cat 8 time, it's icon time, it's Christelle time, it's Tweedledee time, it's cap 8 time again. It's all your time, baby, get the day. Hello, my KnitWitches. What's up, my little dudes? I hope it hasn't been too long since you've seen me, but I'm here now. I'm here safe and sound with y'all. We're gonna have some freaking fun, and then we're gonna cry and cry and cry and cry. Why John Hankey won't be my friend, I don't know why. It's gonna make me cry, but I don't know. I hope we can figure it out. Why don't you love me, John? What did I do to you, my friend? Why don't you love me? I thought we were the best of friends, and I thought we would end this together, but I guess not, because you don't like me. It's okay, I still like you. I still like you, John Hankey, buddy boy. I hope it was just a miscommunication and that we will figure it out. But even if we don't figure it out, I'm not gonna hold it against you. I hope that you figure it out one day, and we all kill these Nazis metaphorically, and we get rid of the Nazism ideology. Nazism ideology's gotta fuck off and suck my ideology. Please, John, listen to me. I promise I'm not leading you astray. I just want you to know it's okay. We'll figure it out. I know it's scary, dude. I'm scared too. I'm scared as fuck. I'm so scared. I'm probably more scared than most people because y'all don't even know what's coming. I feel like I do have a good idea of what's coming. It's not great. Okay, before we do our follow-up on Hankey, because it's definitely the Nazi thing. I don't know what part of it, if it's like he's not ready for it, or if it's that I'm too close. Because it feels like I'm too close. I don't know. I can't look back. I don't think that I'm wrong on this. If I'm wrong on this, then I've been wrong the whole time. But I'm not wrong. I can't be wrong on this. There aren't this many coincidences in life. But, okay, before we talk about that real quick, I just want to say I did send an email to Rick. And Rick always replies back to me, so I'm going to try and ruin this relationship for you guys live on camera. Okay? But no, I think Rick really is like he seems like a very politically minded person, but he's very quiet about it a lot, except for when he released that song, The Soft Hands of Stephen Miller, which really set me off. I was like, yes, Rick. Rick is the guitarist and my favorite musician for this band called Pile. We talked about them and we figured it out. It was episode 29, but I just mentioned briefly that they're like my favorite band ever. And if you guys want to listen to similar cool stuff, Pile. So that's the name of the band. But so the guitarist for that band and the songwriter / singer, I've been in love with him for like the last 10, 12 years or something. I don't know. Ever since I moved to New York. And he played at my wedding. Yes, he did. He played during the cocktail hour. Which every time I told anyone, it was so funny because they were all like, you had who play at your wedding? Pile? Because this is what they normally sound like. Well, my favorite album name of theirs, though, is A Hair Shirt of Purpose. But each album gets progressively better. But A Hair Shirt of Purpose is one of the greatest names ever. But here, no, I'll show you a different. They're usually known for stuff like or like this is the greatest drum breakdown of all time. Get ready for it. Start to swell. One thing that I need. Okay, anyway. I was just talking about him. I love them. They're my favorite band ever. I want to share them with you guys. And Rick is like one of the kindest souls in the whole world. Yeah, he's just a musician. And I want to try and get him part of our world so that then hopefully he will also call me a wackadoodle. But yeah, so I emailed him today. I said, hey, dude, I started a show and I talk about stuff that you like. And if you ever want to come on, I'll send you a link. Let me know. So fingers crossed, boys. We're manifesting, right? Manifest for us. But dude, after last night, I was like, what the fuck did happen with Hankey? Where did this go wrong? And I think it's the Nazi stuff, and I don't get why. So after our last episode that we had with Hankey, I remember there was a moment where he wasn't ready for the Mormo stuff, but the second that I saw that, I moved away from it. I saw that he didn't give me really any reaction to it, and I was like, okay, moving on. But, so I've been like, what the fuck happened? So I went back through all of our texts, and I just got like, I don't know. Let's go through it, and let's figure it out. So after that show, I said, thanks so much for tonight. We appreciate you very much. I'll send you the link once it's uploaded. We got to make you into a streamer. You should make a Twitch account. You could teach lectures. And he said, I'm interested. And then this is the next morning, right? Or just the next day, next afternoon. This is after. Remember when we had that fun moment where I was like, Karl Marx sounds like he was a Fed, and Hankey was like, well, I'd be open to that. Yeah, kind of. Like, when I'm saying people are feds, I don't care if they work for the government or if they do it for free. To me, you're the same. I don't care what it is, you know? So I don't know if he's like taking it literally, the Fed stuff, or what, but he agreed with me, right? So then I just saw this funny comment and shared it with him, and someone said Karl Marx was fourth cousins with Nathaniel Rothschild. And I said, I mean, that's pretty funny. So I just shared it with Hankey. And I said, look, one of my comments on my Karl Marx is a Fed video related to Rothschild sounds about right. And then he goes, fourth cousins isn't very close. They routinely married their first cousins, like 75% of the time. But he lived in England. He was a scholar. The Chinese have figured out that they don't want to own and run all the businesses. They want the people who are good at that to be the ones who do it. And then they tax them and forbid them to be involved in politics and jail them if they bribe officials and execute the officials who take bribes. So I don't guess he has to have been a Fed to have been wrong about lots of things. We're all guilty of that. Like Fed, Hankey, Fed is a state of mind, as Miss Gnomers always says. It doesn't matter, brother. You could be doing federal work for free. You could be doing federal work and not have any feds pumping you full of misinformation and you spew it. Just you going with the State Department line makes you a Fed. That's what I mean. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if Karl Marx was literally hired by the Rothschilds to make communism and stuff seem like the most boring shit you've ever heard about. Because, bro, I'm telling you, this is how you push someone away. This. I'm just saying, it's funny, It's like, dude, it doesn't take this many words to say that fuck the capitalists, It should literally be 3 pages. Fuck, flip the page, the capitalists. Maybe 2 pages if you're using big font, Like, so ever since the Fed, Karl Marx is a Fed thing, it's like we've been a little weird, Like, I didn't notice this when before. I just thought that, I don't care when people correct me and stuff. Like, most of what I'm doing anyway is I'm just joking around. And then my jokes keep turning into reality. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't catch it. Then I said, I'm carrying a Rothschild's torch, Brother John. And I sent him this video. And I'm not sure if this is the one that he was mentioning. Like, you sent me a video about you profusely... forget what he said. Profusely... It wasn't apologize, was it? I forget.
I'm just dropping my 2
from the email last night.
cents here real quick. Private Girl said, I believe they have earthquake machines in...
But I was feeling like he thought that I was like saying, no, it's not the Rothschilds, it's the Nazis, and there's no Rothschilds or something. So I was like, no, I did a video talking about the Rothschilds. Like, I'm on your side, Hankey. I have been.
Antarctica. Correct. I assume the government controls them. Correct. But whoever has control is bad news. Correct. It's Peter Thiel in Antarctica with the Tesla howitzer.
Like, dude, people want to pretend like this Antarctica shit isn't real. There are like, there's one of the places there is just called Rothschild. I think there's a Rockefeller cave there. Like, what the fuck are these guys doing there, I'm asking the same questions. I'm just not keeping it to just Rothschilds. It's not just Rothschilds. It's Rothschilds and their dogs that do their bidding. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to let the people doing it get away with it, Like, the Rothschilds just sit at home. They don't do anything. They just have money and they fund it and they come up with the insane ideas.
You are correct. And then Julie this is the reason I made the video. Julie said, it's the Rockefellers and NASA. Yes, and I would be remiss. John Hankey would disown me if I did not butt in and say the Rothschilds as well. Okay? It's all... choking on my spit. It's all of them. But
Yeah, it's all the same people. That's what I mean too. It's like, I don't know. I don't understand getting hung up on Nazi. Like we had that moment too where I was like, dude, National Zionist is what Nazi stands for. And he was like, oh, yeah, no, that is. Like, of course it is. That's, of course, what it is, you know? So I don't, like, and they're, right now, what Israel is doing is National Zionism. Where did they get it from? Maybe their grandfathers.
John Hankey would just want you to know that it is, a big part of it is...
But I also don't give a shit. Like, if ideologically you're a Nazi, I'm going to call you a Nazi. Nazi is the most powerful weapon we have against these people. The word. Because everyone knows what a Nazi is. Everyone despises Nazis except for Nazis. You know? Losing the Nazi, to me, is like cutting your arm off, your sword fighting arm, and then going and doing a sword fight. Why would you do that? Dude, no one knows what the word fascist means. I'm not swapping out a good word for a word that intellectuals use, you know? Like, everyone knows Nazi. And I'm also not wrong. These people literally, not only are they ideologically Nazis, they literally are children of them. I think that makes a big difference. I think that makes such a big, that's such a big deal, dude. That your grandparents were Nazis and you haven't said anything about that? Mr. Beast? You have double the amount of engagement that anyone else on YouTube has, and you have never mentioned that your father, your family is straight up German? Like the weird kind?
The Rothschilds. Yeah, they own the whole Bank of England apparently, and they have for like hundreds of years. Isn't that funny? Isn't that weird? Yeah, it's them. And Avril Harriman. Oh my goodness. Brown.
You know? So, and then I sent him this, and this is, I think, really when it went south. I said, oh, sorry, buddy, I saw this morning and thought of you. I think he messaged right before this, he said, like, send me the earthquake stuff or something. Because he's like, show me the evidence of the earthquakes being caused by Tesla howitzers. It's like, dude, that's not where we are. You think that who's going to report about that? The news? The Nazis? Who is going to admit that they have a Tesla howitzer? We have to use our frickin', what's it called? Our frickin' brains. These people are not going to admit it. We're using historical context. We are using the rest of our theories about the world. We're using the other evidence of Tesla getting killed and all of his shit disappearing. Like, we're using the fact that there are fires being rained down on places like Hawaii from the heavens. I mean, there's earthquakes all over just the fault lines of these places. It's so funny. It's like, where are those earthquakes coming from then? Just all of a sudden, for the first time ever, like, there's 5.5 little earthquakes dotting the fault lines of every fucking, every fault line in the world. Like, it's madness. They're heating the oceans up with microwaves. They haven't admitted that they have an ocean microwaver yet, but we know they have one. You know what I mean? But so I sent him this, because have you guys seen this dude? Like, this dude pretty much gets the whole thing, right? Like, am I wrong here? This dude sums it up so perfectly. and he doesn't come off to me like a fucking white suprema. So please tell me if I'm wrong.
Watch this now before they take
It's crazy, bro. Like, I know this stuff is crazy, but of all people, a historian should be able to understand this.
it down quick and share this as far as you can. Germany, pre-World War I, believed that their sufferings were from the...
We're talking about just John Hankey doesn't want to be friends with me anymore, so we're just trying to figure out where it went wrong to figure out why he won't be friends with me. And I messaged him this morning, mostly trying to catch up to this morning, just so I can show you that he's not like willing to. I don't know. He doesn't want to discuss. He just wants me to stop talking about it. So I don't know. Kind of gives you your answer a little bit.
Khazarian Jews from the land of Prussia. The Khazarians were the bankers that were controlling all of Europe after the Spanish Inquisition through usury and interest. Their name was Rothschild or Red Cross. Germany was prepping
Boom. Hankey's world, right?
to be the economic superpower over Europe. The Khazarian central bankers of France and Britain saw this as a threat, but did not have the funds to take down Germany. They drafted up a scheme to use America to fund the World War I with the newly minted Federal Reserve. Britain and allies were borrowing money from the...
Yeah, exactly, Sticker Patch. We hear you, Wales. We just can't get them to stop. Exactly, bro. Like... Ask the whales if there is an earthquake machine and a microwave the ocean machine, you know? Like, I don't need a piece of paper to prove to me everything. I can see it with my own fucking eyes, you know? I can put the pieces together in my head. Weird fucking microwave stuff coming from a spot by where Peter Thiel hangs out. Antarctica. The oceans are hotter than they've ever been. Definitely way freaking hotter than Katrina times. So I hope you guys are ready for the worst summer of our lives. You know what I mean? Like, where is this stuff all happening? Is the Bouvet Island just shooting microwaves itself? But I don't know, because everyone says it's not true, but they aren't willing to look into it and talk about it. They just want everyone to shut up. Shut up, shut up. Stop talking about it. Stop talking about things that might be true.
New Khazarian Federal Reserve, which eventually led America into war. Germany was tricked as the bankers planted a madman as a leader. Hitler was planted to scare all other nations to help the Allies and...
Absolutely no falsehoods have been said yet, in my opinion.
Hitler was a double agent working for the bankers and his own government. The plan was to get the entire West under debt.
Yeah, the frequency of whatever they're doing is torturing them. It's crazy. I saw an Australian ship this morning that was showing all of the sharks. The sharks were just hanging around the boat. I was wondering if, maybe the boat is, taking the magnetic field or something. Because, there's, 1,000 sharks around this ship. And they're like, have you ever seen this? One of the crew? And the dude's like, no, dude, what the fuck? And it's just, all of these sharks surrounding this ship. Giant ship. Cargo ship. And I was like, why the fuck would they, and I was like, maybe it's the metal in there. Maybe that's stopping the whatever horrible thing they're doing, to the waters. I don't know. But yeah, it was fucking crazy, dude.
The bankers from Prussia were and are the real Nazi Party. Prussia was beaten by Russia in the 1700s and was forced to choose a different religion other than paganism. They chose Judaism and mixed it with Baal worship, or Baal, forming Kabbalism under Zionism. Those are the Zionists. They conditioned, brainwashed, and used Hitler to bring in the brown coats, brown shirts, and laws against the Germans. The Red Cross, or Rothschild dynasty, played all sides of Britain and the surrounding countries, including Germany. The Red Cross works for the Jesuits, or the so-called Khazars, who are also the Society of Jesus, and also known as the Jesuits. Their heritage goes back to Samaria, Assyria, and ancient Egyptian pharaoh family bloodlines. Some historians have connected
Ball aerospace. Dane, we're gonna take Ball down, bro. Ball.
the bloodlines to even Mesopotamia and Gilgamesh, even to Nero and Rome. The Society of Jesus controls the Catholic Church under the current family of Orsini. Germany had loans with the Red Cross and was tired of their control. According to Wikipedia, this is what the world wants you to know. World War I's excuse was the German government believed that the onset of war and its support of Austria-Hungary was a way to secure its place as a leading power, which was supported by public nationalism and further united it behind the monarchy. A month after the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie on July 28, 1914, the Austro-Hungarian government declares war on Serbia. Immediately, and within a period of 6 days, European countries declare war upon each other. But the actual records, if you dig deeper, was that Germany wasn't going to pay back their loans to the central banks. France and London both controlled Germany, and Germany wanted to be the superpower. And according to the German leaders, the
Going on in
Jewish
Idaho.
Khazarians from modern-day Ukraine, that was Prussia, were the curse upon the world. They knew they were not the real Jews of the God of Jacob and posing as God's chosen. They decided, Germany, through the Gestapo's influence, to try and wipe out the bloodlines of Mesopotamia, or the sons of Cain. The Gestapo in Germany was actually under the control from Hitler, who actually was a turncoat for his own country. So even though the leaders of Germany wanted to get rid of the Khazars, unfortunately the Khazars were one step ahead of them. 1 year before World War I, the Federal Reserve was created. The central banks of Europe didn't want to fund the wars. Once the war started, Britain borrowed from the United States. Brand new Federal Reserve since Liberty Bonds failed, which was public donations. Nobody wanted to go to war.
Who... Sticker patch, who is Roth and why all his children so stanky?
Britain borrowed from the Bank of France and the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve borrowed from the central banks too as well. The central banks ended up taxing their own countries to pay for the war. The war was about taking control of the threat of Germany's growth and the start of a new world order. Germany knew it and knew the bankers were getting ready for it. Albert Pike, with the help of Adam Weishaupt, brought back the Knights Templars to recreate the Freemasons, whom did the dirty work behind the scenes as spies and Secret Service. They were similar to modern-day CIA we have now. The Germans knew they were...
Yeah, Cap 8, Hankey's texts are aggro, right? Like, I'm not nuts here. It's so weird. I don't know, though. I mean, like, here, you'll see...
cornered.
You'll see
Russia
after.
didn't have their back because they too lost to the Bakers during the Bolshevik Revolution. Germany did what any country would do in such desperate measures, try and take out the bankers, all by themselves, who had them cornered. Germany lost. The bankers won. This was the beginning of the takeover of the world by the Khazarian Jews. Not the real Jews, the Khazarian Jews from the land of Prussia, modern-day Ukraine. One could argue they have had control ever since, as many of the top world leaders wear the Red Cross bracelet, symbolizing their loyalty to the Society of Jesus. Next on the list of the takeovers was the Middle East and Asia. The rival to the Orsinis was the Breakspear family, but they love each other, who have been silently buying up land and corporations in Asia. The next move now is to force the United States to start World War III as the new Germany 2.0, and Trump is the next patsy, replacing Hitler. With the PSYOP Q promise, or white hats and promises of Nasser and Jassera dangling carrots in front of the American people, the bankers have been able to keep the gun owners at bay while their controlled Congress files down their amendments and rights. The bankers used sex, gender, race, and the left and right political paradigm theater to give the appearance that the people had a choice, yet they continued to fight against each other instead of fighting the bankers, the real true ones who started all of this. Since the United States is a corporation and not a country, the education system has still been indoctrinating the children into the belief that the Khazars don't exist and Germany was the evil Axis. Now, they are using the same playbook to usher in the last phase of a complete world
Wait, who keeps getting kicked off of TikTok, iKind?
takeover.
This guy?
Pike laid the groundwork in their lodges nationwide in America to make sure the public are still dumbed down and conditioned as they prepare the world for a war against Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Israel being used for biblical significance to get the world into a holy war. They have warped scripture.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And
Yeah, I like this guy. He seems like he's very like reasoned and like, you know, I feel like his stuff, he kind of does what I do a little bit, where he's trying to say it in like a way that makes you like think about it and be like, what? Really? But everything he says to me tracks.
I've convinced the world that Jesus and their Messiah, the Mashiach, are now coming. This is the Armageddon crap we're hearing now. This is a distraction as they push their way for depopulation. As the Jesuits believe, they can build a utopia of Khazars commanding 500 million people to work on their...
Dude, I hope Mad Cat and Bob, I hope this is where the fish evolve because they're sick of our shit, so they end up walking on land to kick our asses. Yeah, dude, I need the orcas to grow feet and whoop the piss out of Peter Thiel immediately. Immediately. Dude, where's Thoth? We need Thoth to come down here, genetically engineer these goddamn orcas, put some freaking big old legs on them, and big old punching arms, and with the fins. So they've got fins and big old punching arms, but it's like a T-Rex kind of, but instead of tiny arms, they've got massive arms, okay? Dude, that whale. I wouldn't fuck with an orca with giant punching arms and legs. We'll give them tiny, skinny twig legs just so it's funny. But they're going to be sturdy enough to hold up his whale body for sure. Just proportionately, it'll probably look kind of goofy, you know?
land to preserve it for the Breakspear family. The Breakspears controlled Jesus' spear of destiny from the year 1000 to the year 1500. The next phase is shifting.
Axel, you said, do you think the water temps are what's making the sharks go crazy? I think it's literally the frequency that they're sending in the water. Or maybe where they're heating it up, where it's closer to Bouvet, maybe it's heating it up so much that it's like, you know, like when they say that they have the, what is that called? The defense ready thing or whatever that Billy Carson was talking about yesterday, the active denial system. They say that like they step out of the way as soon as it's turned on them. And they say that it makes you feel like your fucking body is melting. So imagine that you can't get out of the path of it. I think it's like that. I think it's like the active denial thing. Because it's all built on the same technology. All of this shit. The scalar wave bullshit. And it's like a thing that they've been hiding from us because they don't want us to know about it. So literally no one knows about it. We don't even really understand it. We just know that it exists.
The wealth from the west to the east while they continue their efforts of mind control. The Nazis had exploited Germany, moved after World War II to America during Operation Paperclip. Hopefully now you're caught up and understand what's going on worldwide.
Yeah. Okay, so I sent him this, and then Hankey said, because what did I say? I said, I saw this morning and thought of you. I thought he was going to love this guy because he, like, spells it out. I know you mean that in a nice way, that this guy reminds me of you, or you of me. This guy is so misinformed on so many topics. He just spews and spews and spews. I guess he's right about the bankers being the bad guys, and then he makes up this fantasy. Sorry, sort of. Let's talk about it on your show. That is, Ask Me About Icarus. I find the Tesla earthquake machine story to be similarly lacking any credibility and certainly no documentation. Yeah, that's understandable, I think. I don't know if the Nazis are going to be like, hey guys, we're going to start earthquaking all of you. We're actually not going to tell you because we need to make you think that they're natural disasters, you know? But Hankey needs documentation, so here's our letter of intent for us to use the Tesla howitzer machine on New York the week before the eclipse. You know? We have been lied to about so much, but just making stuff up is not the alternative. I don't know, brother. I think we're looking at the evidence. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I didn't know if what he was saying is 100%. I just figured it was because he's talking about the Rothschilds. I was like, oh, okay, whatever. Yeah. Because I didn't even know he was mad at me here. The Tesla earthquake machine is very real, though. They've done everything they can to hide it, but we're on to them. I think the Nazi connection to George H.W. Bush is way more consequential to all of this. Like, the Nazis used America as a way to fundraise their global domination, essentially, and now their kids run everything in the world. But the Nazis in Antarctica and in NASA are currently using all this old Tesla tech now against us and faking them as natural disasters like hurricanes, fires, and earthquakes. It's very real, and Tesla did it back in the 1910s. This is all cutting edge. We're early on this, but I think it's real. The fundamental question, I guess, is how do you distinguish truth from bullshit? It isn't easy. The professional liars are skilled and everywhere. No shit, bro. I tried to make a big point in my video about JFK that these guys couldn't come up with professional shooters to take the job of killing Kennedy. They had to use their own relatively unskilled people. They are not all powerful. In fact, they are losing. They have lost Russia, China, and all of Africa. The Western economies are in shambles. If they can control earthquakes, in my tired eyes, there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that that is the case. I used to work in the plant that produced the Lockheed stealth bomber. I know a little bit about it. I don't remember reading that part. I think I skipped that line. We'll file that away. I know a little bit about it. It's not all that complicated, and it's never really been tested in combat. That is, in Iraq. They had the technology to take out the radar systems, and then they sent the stealth bombers in at night so that they couldn't be seen. These fired weapons that targeted the source of any remaining radar defenses. The reason the bomber in your picture has all weird images and weird angles is so that it doesn't create a standard radar reflection. It is also painted with materials designed to absorb the radar signal rather than reflect it. All of your stuff on the bushes seems to assume that they weren't busy doing other things. What? Prescott and George H.W. had very full lives? Prescott was very busy finding Hitler in the early days working for Harriman. They were real Nazis doing real Nazi work, but they were doing it in the United States. You know that virtually all the Nazi racial theories were based on the bullshit science coming out of the United States. Like, dude, the Nazis in America and the Nazis in Germany are the same. Prescott Bush working with Nazis in Germany and Ford, they're all Nazis. That's why I use the word Nazis. It's all of them. The Mormons are Nazis. These people are Nazis. The car perverts are Nazis. They're all Nazis. Fascists are Nazis. I don't care. If you're a fascist from the 30s and 40s up to today, you're a fucking Nazi. And here, I mean literally, not just ideologically, you know, but it's so weird to be like, oh, but it was started in America. Like, I'm not talking about German people. I'm talking about Nazis. They were real Nazis doing real Nazi work, but they were doing it in the United States. You know that virtually all the Nazi racial theory... Yeah, of course I know that. The U.S. and Britain are the real Nazis. They imposed it on the German people. Dude, is it literally just this pedantic shit that, like, he thinks I'm just saying, like, all Germans did this? Like, no, I'm talking about the people who run shit. They are all Nazis. They're all business extremists working together in Britain, and, you know, America, Germany, Australia. They're all Nazis. The King of England is a Nazi. He's literally a cousin of a Nazi, and he acts like a Nazi. Therefore, Nazi. You know? President Joseph Dash. He is an American who literally came here, well, his dad came here off of a U-boat. You know? Nazi. George H.W. Bush. Same story. Came over in a little man-boy love situation with Prescott Bush. Nazi. That's two of our presidents. two of our presidents right now, just on that, two of them are German nationals. Now, that right there is enough for me to be like, we need to examine the entire thing. And then you look at things with like Bill Clinton when he's 20-something years old, being the person who drove Hale Boggs to the airport when he disappeared. You know? He is one of these Lebensborn. Like, dude, all of this shit makes so much sense. So now we're up to, what, at the very least then you've got George W. Bush. At the very, very least, 4 of our presidents, I think, were straight up Germans. Hillary was almost our president. I think that's literally Bill's sister. Lieben's sister. Like, feels like I'm getting my chain tugged now a little bit, you know? All your stuff on the Prescott was a busy guy. Anyway, I've spent my life studying this stuff. And this is another thing, too. This is another aspect that I was like, does he think that, like my work and what I'm saying does not negate a single thing that he has done? Like, I know old people will really, like, they will lie to themselves and do whatever to make their whole life's work not be meaningless. But I don't know. I think, like, actively not being a truth seeker kind of does that to your work as well, you know? To me, anyway. But I've worked very hard to learn all the things that I think I know about how the world works, and that's a hugely fundamental part of being able to recognize bullshit when you hear it. Well, I could say the same to you, brother. I feel like this is bullshit. I don't believe anything I read in the history books just because it's in the history books. Neither do I. That's why I'm reading from weird-ass sources like the Bush Connection, which we say is a really cobbled-together book. It feels very much like put together in someone's living room. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have the truth in it. This makes more sense to me than Prescott Bush was a busy guy. That's the defense of Prescott Bush? We're saying Prescott Bush was a bad guy, but he wasn't that bad? Says who? Is he your dad? What? I think he's a worse guy, actually. All of these people, you think that we have like the worst vision of them in our eyes? No, we have the best. Everything that we've ever heard about them is good and in their favor. These people are monstrous. We know that. Like, it's just so the Prescott Bush was a busy guy. I must have skipped over that. I've been reading these fast because it hurts my feelings. I couldn't believe that he was writing this kind of bullshit to me. But now I'm starting to feel like it really feels like what he was describing when he was getting close to stuff with the NSAMs, and the couple that he was with, you know, like researching with, they were like, oh, that's a stupid idea. That's dumb. And he goes, yeah, like 10 years later, I realized that it was because they just didn't want me to realize that. Like, that's what this feels like. This feels like... It does feel like that. I don't want to believe it, but it does feel like that, is all I'm saying. I don't believe anything, but if it conforms with all of this hard-won knowledge, then I'm inclined to believe it. And if it doesn't conform with the knowledge I've spent my life trying to figure out, my first inclination is to reject it as bullshit. That's stupid. That's lame. Like, what, dude? We know that every single thing that we've ever heard from our government and stuff is bullshit. So, you don't think that, like, maybe the fundamental thing that we've been told is that couldn't be bullshit? It's all bullshit. What do you mean? Unless there is some really compelling piece of evidence, someone handed me this document saying that the Rothschilds tried to buy Palestine in 1829. Spent a week looking for evidence to that. this document was a forgery. Everything I found suggested that it was genuine. It is my observation that you need to be much more suspect. Dude, I can't be more suspect. I'm suspect of everything. More than you, brother. And much less gullible. Dude, get out of here. Dude, I didn't see the... I skipped over this one, I think. I'm glad, because this would have made me cry. back in the day here. Not now. This applies to my work as well, but I worked very hard trying to make sure that my documentaries are full of proof. Okay, well, this isn't a documentary. I'm trying to bounce ideas off of someone that I thought was my friend. Like, dude, this isn't like a thesis. I'm not presenting anything. I'm saying, hey, what do you think about this? I need to bounce this off people. I need to hear other opinions from people who are willing to see this, but not people who are just checking out because they think that if I'm right, that negates all of their entire life's work. But here's another thing. We could negate your entire life's work after you pass away too, just as easy, you know? Or you could help me and we could figure it out, and then your life's work won't be bullshit. I just don't get it. Like, our theories and stuff about life are not this like made in stone thing that never changes ever. That is how you get to be like them. Dude, I'm not here trying to make the book the way I want to read it. I'm trying to figure out what's actually happening. I don't give a shit about what I want. I just want the truth. Such a standard reaction to people having their beliefs and worldview challenged. Yeah, dude, I think that is what it is, right? But that's the thing, is he won't listen. I'm saying I'm not challenging what he's saying. It's literally adding on to what... It's literally helping him build his worldview. He's putting it all on Rothschilds. Okay, how exactly are the Rothschilds making all this happen? What, Steve Rothschild is going down, talking to the army, talking to the CIA? No. Fucking Nazis are. Like, dude, pushing away from this is doing more damage to his, like, legacy than anything, you know? Like, it's so weird. Like, maybe it's just that he's, like, truly, I think, you know, he's kind of got the same thing going as our boys. You know, he's been doing this for probably 40, 50 years alone. I think you're right, yeah. I mean, I hope that this is what it is and that it's not the more devious thing. But I don't know. But, you know, I'm like sending him all my Tesla videos. He never watches any of them. I'm like, it's not just, there isn't a piece of paper that says Peter Thiel has a Tesla howitzer in Antarctica. But there's enough circumstantial evidence that we can frickin' see what's going on, you know? I have hours and hours and hours talking about the Tesla howitzer and Peter Thiel. There is, dude, I didn't come to this conclusion willy-nilly. So, I said Tesla talked about it himself. He used plasma to make the USS Eldridge appear to disappear. He had free energy. He was trying to give the world, but JP Morgan sold him out, and they killed him and stole his stuff. And it's taken until recently for them to figure out how to use them. And they're using them against us. Read this. This is the best, most concise outline to everything I'm talking about. I know it sounds fantastical, but after checking everything about this is the story that makes the most sense. And then I, sent him Veil of Invisibility. I said, don't take my word for it. Take the CIA's word. They literally wrote about this decades ago. And I sent him the Star Wars Now. Like, that's the one that we use all the time. You know, we've got our drawings of the frickin' the mushroom cloud. This one. Like, dude, this is a CIA document. and then they say it does this. This doesn't count as evidence about a Tesla howitzer being capable of doing all of this shit? Then I guess there is no evidence that will prove it. Like, what? Here we go. Some guy wrote it 40 years ago, 80 years after Tesla's death. There is nothing to show for it. No evidence that any of this has been weaponized in any way. The Nazis are not Germans. Nazism was forced on the Germans by the Rothschilds, who hid behind Brown Brothers and Harriman. That may be the biggest gap in your understanding, thinking that Nazism has anything to do with Germany. I think that we're being pedantic here, you know? Nazism, fascism, it's all the same. It doesn't matter. Like, why are we talking about the definition of words here? It's so weird. I said that earlier, that the racial theories all come from the United States. And everyone in America are a bunch of Nazis. That's what I'm saying. The Germans had no reason to invade Russia. That was suicide. They had every reason to attack England. That would have been a relative in the park. Hitler was created and put into power so that he could attack the Soviet Union. At the end of World War I, the British and the United States and several other countries invaded the Soviet Union. That's a piece of history you probably know nothing about. What the fuck, man? They lost, but World War II was simply a continuation of that same war, the purpose of which was to destroy the only country on the planet not ruled by the rich and for the rich. Yeah, because they're Nazis. Yeah, I know. Exactly. And then this is still like, I still don't know that he's mad at me. Want to do Sunday? I usually do documentary Sunday, so if there's a documentary we haven't watched a documentary in a couple of weeks, have we? We'll do it again this weekend. When I'm talking about Nazis, I mean just the people at the top who make the decisions, all the SS and all the CIA boys and all of them. I'm not talking about normal, everyday people ever. I know normal people get duped into this shit. I hold all the blame for the people like the Rothschilds and the politicians and the actors that know it's all BS. I'm never holding the normal people who got the wool pulled over their eyes accountable. But if we don't admit they're Nazis, we're like throwing away our best weapon against them for no reason. Like, the Nazis are vile and detestable. No one likes them. I think people will hate that tons of people have been hiding that they have Nazi ties. Like, I'm pretty sure at this point, Bill Gates is a literal Nazi. That's where his eugenics shit comes from. He's a white supremacist, Zionist, fascist, Nazi descendant. Like, that's important to the story, is it not? I don't know. Ties to German Nazis are not important. That's crazy, dude. Unless they show the key point that the Nazis were a creation of British banker fascism. Why does that matter? What are you talking about, bro? The bankers are fascist Nazis. The people doing the bidding of the bankers are fascist Nazis. Where's the what is the confusion? I can't think at the moment of any documentary that I'm particularly interested in. I would like to discuss with you, with your audience, the predicament I feel that I'm in trying to figure out Biden. See, this is when I was like, what? Trying to look at it and appreciate all the really good stuff he has done, and trying to look at and appreciate and understand what the hold is that the Zionist fascists have over him. Exactly. I know, I'm trying to figure that out too, and I figured it out. It's because he's one of them. Literally. That is the hold. Trying to look at and appreciate all the really good stuff he has done, and trying to look at and appreciate and understand what the hold is that the Zionist fascists have over him, as revealed most blatantly in Blinken's presence in his cabinet. Maybe that doesn't sound like a hot dick to you, a hot click, I don't know, but it's what's on my mind. It's what I'm struggling with. I enjoy your freewheeling conversations. I think they're useful, so that's what I'm interested in. Any day is fine. And then I was like, great, and then nothing. Then it was over. Maybe this is the time. Like, we had plans to we were like, oh, any day is fine. And then that was Thursday, and then I got sick the next day, and I emailed him and said, I'm sick, I can't do this weekend. It just seems like a convenient out, though. And then we don't need to do the rest of it, but so last night after talking about it with you guys, I was like, you know, still bummed that this fucking sucks. I don't want him to be mad at me and shit. Like, it's lame as fuck. So I sent him this. Have you guys seen this?
Fascismo está ascendiendo en el mundo. Y hay que llamarlo como es. Son los nazis que vuelven al poder, que se vienen a vengar. El fascismo está
Fascism is on the rise in the world, and it must be called for what it is. It's the Nazis who are back in power. They are coming to take revenge. They want to make humanity into an enslaved robot. True? Without freedom. There is an experiment going on using Gaza as their laboratory. The Nazis practiced it on a relatively small scale, and they tried to exterminate the Jewish people, and the Soviet people, and the democratic people, and the socialists and the communists, and everything that seemed different to them. And what Hitler proposed is what is being applied in Gaza, but as an experiment for the world. The bombs in Gaza are not fired by simple Israeli soldiers. It is an enormous capital in the world, centralized and coordinated, which influences the big governments. The Nazis are in power. They are on the rise through financial capital. They managed to lead the U.S. government, even if it calls itself a democratic government, with progressive currents. But that youthful, black, Arab, diverse, and Latino progressivism that exists in the United States is not able to change the will of the state, which continues to help fire the bombs. And that is not happening after so... Wait, shit. And that... what did I say? Is not that is happening in Europe. After so many worker struggles and socialist democratic revolutions, Europe itself is surrendering to the Nazis. True. Very true. So I sent that to John. And he said, thanks for the video. I'm grateful. Though he doesn't mean German Nazis. He's talking ideology. Okay. And then I was this was just the last straw, or the last, like, this, I'm done after this. Like, I'm not wasting my time anymore. But I'm not negating anything you're saying. I'm honestly, I think, helping build your case. The Nazis, ideologically or literally descendants, are the lapdogs for the Rothschilds. I still believe the Rothschilds are at the top of this mountain, but the day-to-day grunt work of laying the groundwork for fascism is being done by people who I have uncovered a lot of are descendants from Nazis. There's no way around it. Then I sent them Taylor. One of the biggest tech progressive news reporters is Taylor, and her grandfather was a General Lieutenant Walter Lorenz in the SS. He also helped develop Zyklon B for IG Farben. Like, stuff like this doesn't concern you? Taylor Lorenz writes puff pieces for Elon Musk's companies and all of Peter Thiel's Founders Fund tech companies he owns. Isn't that weird that a progressive reporter is always writing puff pieces for horrible business extremists? Elon Musk's dad is a Nazi. Peter Thiel's dad is a Nazi. Worse, they're all Nazis in charge of mining operations. Like, this is all directly tied in with all the lithium mining stuff that's going on right now in Chile and the forest fires up in Canada last summer. It's being done by people who are descendants from Nazis, and that's very horrifying. The fact none of them has ever addressed their lineage is... Oh, what the fuck? I must have said nuts or something. And I haven't found it yet, but I think Ghislaine Maxwell and Anthony Blinken are both Nazis who are pretending to be Jewish. This is kind of the whole Israel move. And I know it's crazy, but I think it's real. Help me prove this, John. You're the only one who could wrap his head around this stuff with me. It doesn't negate any of the work you've done thus far. It's just one more huge secret they've been keeping. But the reason they acted like Nazis on October 7th is because they are. All the people in charge are hiding Nazis, I'm pretty sure. That's the only way that they could be this many Nazis that I keep finding. That's why I don't think I'm out of line here. Israel's literally Hitler's master plan, and we're doing it to a T. You gotta ask yourself why. Well, because the people in charge are literal Nazis. It makes sense. It's horrendous and fucked up, yes. But I think we all gotta accept it in order to do something about it. I don't want to talk about any of that. You don't seem to want to talk about anything else. Then he said, ask me about what I want to talk about. Why don't you? I said, do you want to talk on the phone again? Nothing. Then he just said, thanks for the article on Colombia. It's with a O if you're talking about the country. Just correcting, you know? And we're into correcting each other here. Anyway, and then I said, okay, here's the last thing. And this is the last thing I'll send to John Hankey until he reaches out to me, because I'm not wasting any more of my time. This is a person who does not want to actually talk about it.
A large display of solidarity seen in the streets of Ashkelon in southern Israel. But take a closer look, and you may be surprised by who's actually waving these blue and white flags.
Basically, my whole family was involved in the Second World War. They were Nazis. They were known as a Nazi family in town.
Hundreds of Germans with their own
like a
family
country
history of anti-Semitism.
It's very important for me to be here to say my family story because I'm a descendant of a Nazi person.
Yeah, I feel like it's gotta be that he thinks that, like, what I'm saying negates his shit, but it so doesn't. I don't get it, right? Because that's why it's starting to feel weird in the, like he's not even willing to debate it with me. Just get on the phone and talk with me. What the fuck? He doesn't want to debate it? People who don't want to just, like, talk about something, that's like people who, you know, they're mad because they lost the narrative, or they, like, lost control or something. I don't know. Once you see the playbook, you see it every time. Exactly. They're so boring. They can't do anything different, so you can spot it every time. Exactly. And that is a huge part of, I think, where I am too, but it's like you gotta look through my eyes if you want to see what I'm seeing then, but you're not willing to. No one, you know. I'm trying to, like, tell you, and everything you say is no, but. Like, dude, this is a theory. It's a theory that we're crafting here, right? Like, I want to change the parts that are wrong, but I need people who are good faith around me to do that, you know? Like, I can't just do this by myself, because then I wind up either being like, you know, being like all of these guys who just turn into sad transphobes. Like, no, thank you. I would rather know that I'm wrong occasionally. Like, that does feel like what it is. It's like he's unwilling to admit that he might not have figured out the big plot. Who's this jackass with the tinfoil hat coming in, figuring out the biggest story in our fucking history? Yeah, exactly. I know. I don't want to be the person doing this. I'm pretty fucking over it at this point, you know? I'm so done with these fucking people. But if no one else is going to take the reins, then I am still going to be driving, you know? But, bro, I've tried to pass this off. No one will take it. No, not only that, no one is even willing to help me.
perpetrators. My family was.
I'm just asking for help. That's it. I've been showing this to so many people to be like, this is a thing that you're gonna be so interested in. Help me. And no, everyone just walks away from it. Cat Dad's crazy. Corey's crazy. He's crazy.
Actively involved in the Holocaust. My grandparents, also my grandmothers. And as I found out,
I just don't want to hear a single little tear when they vaporize all of Atlanta or whatever. I don't want to hear a single tear from anyone, because that's what the Nazis do. So if you don't want to fucking listen, I don't want to hear it when your family gets vaporized. No, I'm just kidding. You know what I mean? But like, what the fuck is it going to take for people to care about anything besides their day-to-day? Something horrible. That is what it'll take. And then we'll go take out all of our aggression on Yemen, because they're the next helpless victim that we get to fucking destroy. And that's how Americans deal with their anger and being wrong. They just beat up on younger, smaller people. They teach it to everyone in America. And then they use the same tactics. Interpersonally, you know. They're just like America. You say, America bombed the Nasiriyat camp with Israel and they had troops on the ground. They go, no, they didn't. You're crazy. Shut up, psycho. And then that's the same tactic that the people choose to use too.
I was very shocked, and I want to speak about, because my grandparents, they didn't speak about it.
They're all in the Jewish state participating in March of the Nations, a solidarity mission that brings together Holocaust survivors with descendants of the Nazi regime.
Yeah, you know, to like, what's it called? It's just like a slow. This is them admitting it. They're like, yeah, we're all amongst you, and then they're gonna say, oh, it's just us, and then it's gonna be everyone. You'll see. You'll see, buddy. This is just like trickle down Naziomics. They're just giving you a couple droplets of Nazis, and then pretty soon the floodgates will be open. Everyone here actually is a Nazi, but we like you guys.
I can't change the past, but it's my responsibility to affect the future and the present time.
Yeah, like, literally insane being copacetic to the amount of power and destruction being done to good people in the dust. Yeah, like, that's the thing, too, is, like, if John Hankey wants to come on and talk on this show about the good things that Biden has been doing, then, yeah, I guess we're not the right fit, you know? Because he's a straight-up fucking Nazi, and he has done nothing good for us. He has done everything he has done is bad for us. He has not done a single thing. He has actively made everything worse, even from when Trump was here. But that's just because all of them, they only know how to make everything worse, because they're not real people. And I know I'm obsessed with it, but it's because they're Nazis. It's so crazy. Just like the unwillingness, like that to me kind of says everything. It's just like the unwillingness to, like, what part of this negates that the Rothschilds are still the ones controlling all these people? You know? Just feels like you want the thing to stay on the Rothschilds, you know? But whatever. But that's it for now with the saga. Bummer, but I don't know. I've been wanting to talk to you guys about it for a while, because I have been dreading someone being like, when's Hankey coming on the show? But you know me, I'm much rather just talk about it. Same thing with like the therapist thing. You know, it's hard to talk about, but I want people to know. I'm not like trying to hide shit. I'm not trying to hide who the fuck I am. You know. But I don't know, dudes. It's okay. Don't let people bully you into being something that you're not just so that they're comfortable. That's not right. But I don't know. Maybe one day something will happen where everyone realizes that we are not liars and we're not crazy. But I wish that we could have done this without having to have something horrible happen and that people just listen to each other, but I don't know. I don't know if we live in that world.
Because
Did Blair send this or Cap-Aid send this? They're shutting all the water off on Idaho farmers because this is our future, guys. And guess who owns all the land? I know I'm obsessed with this, but it's fucking Nazis, bro. I know this is not related. I know that I just put this in all on me. This is all just my quirky little weird brain. But this couldn't have anything to do with Bill Gates owning a checkerboard pattern of the entire United States and like all the water rights and all that kind of shit, right? None of that stuff would have anything. Definitely not the fact that he's probably a Nazi. That has nothing to do with this either, right? They're just doing this because Joe Biden loves Idaho farmers.
Today I wanted to talk about what's going on in Idaho.
Right?
Because some of you have probably heard about this, but the state of Idaho has put a water curtailment order, which is basically a water shutoff order on literally 500,000 acres of farmland. That's a lot of potatoes. A lot of these farmers, this impacts about 6,400 water users.
And like, dude, so this is what everyone's plan is, right? The Nazis who are in power, who have been saying for the last 10 years, if anyone would listen, they are saying that they want to get the world down to like 12 million people. So how do we think they're going to do that? How do they usually do that? Oh, with mass starvation. This couldn't be related, right?
But a lot of these farmers that are
telling all farmers that they can't make potatoes. And look, this is what we'll do. We will all slow walk down this road being complacent, complicit little dumbasses who just say, yes, sir, yes, daddy, thank you for giving us none water. Thank you for giving no water to us. We will comply. We will do whatever you want. And we'll slow walk our asses straight into the fucking gas chambers. That's what Americans will do. Dude, I've been like, if you were given your freedom, Americans, they would be like, oh, that's gay. You know what I mean? Like, Americans they want to be servile. They want to be complacent dummies. I don't get it. Like, I'm not slow walking into a fucking prison. I'm not slow walking into the gallows. I'm not slow walking into starvation. Like, that is what these fuckers are doing. And everyone needs to wake up and see it. Stop being naive. They are monsters. Look at Gaza. That is going to be your neighborhood soon.
Farming this land
it's a fucking test. They're test running it before they go nationwide or worldwide.
Invested thousands of acres, thousands of dollars per acre to grow potatoes.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Trevor Belknap. I operate a family farm, a fifth-generation family farm in the Snake River Valley of eastern Idaho. And I just wanted to visit with you for a minute about the impacts of the water curtailment order that's been issued by Director Weaver from the Idaho Department of Water Resources. The situation in which we find ourselves is about as bad as it gets. Not only will we be out of business, many other businesses will be highly impacted, and you, as my friends and neighbors, will also be impacted because we're so interconnected. If the ag economy in eastern Idaho fails, which it surely will if this curtailment order is in place, it can remain in place, will dry up and blow away, just like it did back in the Dust Bowl of the 30s. Banks will fail, equipment dealers, car dealers, gas stations, grocery stores, all rely on the ag economy that's here in eastern Idaho. The children in our schools, how many of them belong to families who work in some form of ag industry in eastern Idaho? It's horrible, and we need to fix it. And I would propose to you that it is not a water problem, it's a management problem, because we have water. Reservoirs are full, the mountains are covered in snow, the river's been flowing well. So why now? Why after we've planted our crops, we have crops in the ground that are already growing, now in the middle of June, they pull a curtailment order to say, you must cease pumping water. The cost is huge. An acre of potatoes costs upward of $4,000 an acre to grow. How will that ever be recovered? They will not grow without water. And what will that do to everyone else that's reliant upon us in this area and the state of Idaho? What will the counties do for roads and bridges, police departments, ambulances, hospitals that rely on the tax base? Property like this will become worthless. Without water, the land doesn't have any value here.
Oh, don't worry, Bill. It's all Bill Gates' land anyway. It's not yours, dummy farmer, bozo farmer. Like, yeah, we are all going to compliantly just march to our deaths. We're going to say, oh, cool, Peter Thiel is making hurricanes bad this year, but when the hurricanes come and they do Katrina too because they still haven't fixed the levees, then we get to call all black people who are trying to survive looters again. Oh, anyway. All right. I wanted to watch some more Eyes Wide Open. The CIA documentary kid. Let's finish this doc, and then I'm gonna read through comments and stuff too.
Use of shell companies to circumvent financial oversight. Shell companies are fake corporations created usually by intelligence agencies or organized crime elements to mask illegal financial transactions. Shell companies will play a central role in the CIA's future operations, especially when drug smuggling or organized crime elements are involved. I think it's interesting to see this strategy used so early by the elder Dulles brother. But also, just as a side note, the use of shell companies is part of the reason why learning this history is so difficult. Following financial transactions is both tedious and difficult because of how complex these transactions can become. So when we get to more complex topics such as Iran-Contra or the French connection, we're going to see that shell companies play a large role and purposely obfuscate the public's knowledge of these transactions and of what these agencies are actually doing. Some of Dulles's most treasonous and morally reprehensible acts during the war were his concerted efforts to save Nazi war criminals from justice at Nuremberg. The big three Allied leaders, FDR, Churchill, and Stalin.
Like, dude, we know that there are 5,000 NASA scientists. That is so many, bro. That is way too many. That's crazy. Like, that should be a flag enough right there for everyone. Bro, they brought 5,000 rocket scientists or whatever. Like, I don't want them here. I think that all those fucking families should be deported too. Yeah, screw them. They're Nazis. I don't care.
Had warned the Nazis that their war criminals would be punished to the full extent of the law. When the war came to a close, Churchill and Roosevelt even proposed taking matters into their own hands and personally shooting the 50 to 100 major Nazi war criminals on their list.
Yeah, right.
It was actually Stalin, the Man of Steel himself, that recommended that they hold a trial to give their punishments legitimacy. The site they chose was Nuremberg, the German city that had once been the chosen location of Leni Riefenstahl's monumentous Nazi propaganda film Triumph of Will, which featured endless crowds of adoring Germans cheering on the Führer himself. In 1945, Nuremberg was quite different than that scene. It was a desolate place, much like the rest of Germany. Holding the war crime trials at the once illustrious propaganda center of the evil empire was clearly symbolic. Following the announcement of the Allied war criminal policy, Allen Dulles and Wild Bill Donovan immediately got to work devising plans to free useful Nazis from justice at Nuremberg. During their deliberations, Dulles and Donovan targeted, firstly, Hermann Goering, the Reichsmarshal of the Third Reich and Hitler's named successor.
Tweedledee, he literally communicates like my mother. It's infuriating. Sorry, dude, I know.
For the Wall Street OSS agents, Goering was simply one of them. He had amassed massive amounts of wealth during the war, organizing and consolidating the German steel, mining, and weapons industries under the Reich. He seemed like a perfect candidate for a potential separate peace, and clearly had immense resources that could be used to rebuild an anti-communist Europe. However, Goering was too high profile for even Dulles and...
Yeah, dude, I've wondered that too, Mala Avery. I wonder if Hankey just wants to be taken seriously, which we did, but maybe he feels like associating with us makes him look like a joke simply because we joke. Yeah, I know, I that's immediately what the first thing I thought was, but... Yeah, I don't know. Like, that's a possibility for sure. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Donovan to save. It would have raised too many alarm bells at the White House. They decided to focus their efforts on Hjalmar Schacht, Hitler's personal banker. Schacht came from the same elite world as Dulles and Donovan, and remained a respected member of the international banking class in London and New York throughout the war. Most importantly for Dulles and Donovan, Schacht knew the location of the hidden Nazi fortunes that had been tucked away before the fall of Berlin. Well, long story short, Donovan was able to circumvent Robert Jackson, the Supreme Court justice assigned by Roosevelt to oversee Nuremberg, and he was able to save Schacht from sentencing. Allegedly, Dulles and Donovan fabricated sympathetic stories about Schacht that he was exiled from the party and harbored no anti-Semitic views. This was all fabricated. Although Donovan and Dulles were able to save Schacht from the gallows, not even these two men could save the interminable Goering, despite their best efforts. As we will see in the next section, which will comprise the rest of the video, Hjalmar Schacht was only one of many Nazis saved under the OSS's Operation.
My brother, eyes wide open. We gotta open those eyes a little further, buddy.
Sunrise. Now, before we move on, there's one last thing that I will not be covering in detail, but is definitely worth checking out if these topics interest you. Immediately after the war, the US military intelligence apparatus, so at the Pentagon, got to work on Operation Paperclip, which was a scheme to smuggle Nazi scientists out of Europe to work on the American space program and nuclear weapons technology. Since this operation is not directly linked to the CIA, I will not cover it in detail, but it does plainly show how the entire US security state shared a desire to work with former Nazi elements to subvert the Soviet Union. Interesting note to make, this is the last time I'll mention Operation Paperclip specifically.
Why?
On April 26, 1945, 2 weeks before the end of the war, SS General Karl Wolff, Himmler's chief of staff and a high-ranking Nazi war criminal, was surrounded by Italian partisans in an alpine estate at Lake Como in northern Italy. Wolff had been charged with the occupation of northern Italy following the collapse of the Italian fascist government in 1943. He was particularly hated and targeted by the Italian resistance fighters because of his revenge killing of civilians following attacks on SS locations, and the torture of several partisan fighters. Wolff had distinctive Aryan features, which made him somewhat of a celebrity in Nazi Germany. Allegedly, he had a close personal relationship with Hitler, who used to parade him around at high-ranking Nazi dinners as an ideal Aryan specimen. Ultimately, Wolff was a Nazi until his death, recalling his cherished memories with Hitler into his old age. Luckily for the embattled Wolff, he fit into Dulles's post-war vision of a separate peace with Nazi Germany, to block the Soviet-aligned Italian partisans before they reached the Eastern Front. This would guarantee that the West would have a say in post-war Italy. Wolff was a key of this plan, which Dulles called Operation Sunrise. Dulles realized that he could not take on the operation on his own, at the risk of insubordination, as the FDR administration was following a policy of unconditional surrender, as I had previously mentioned. Dulles instead put Gero von Schultz-Gavernitz on the mission instead. Gavernitz was the son of an illustrious European family that had funded Hitler's early rise. His family had broken away from the Nazis shortly after the war broke out, but this was less by his own volition and more by the Nazis cutting them off. Dulles had helped the Gavernitzes smuggle their money out of Germany during the later years of the war, as he had done with many other Nazis. Dulles had done a massive favor for the Gavernitzes. He decided to cash in that favor and task Gavernitz with saving General Karl Wolff. Gavernitz organized a team of agents to go rescue the SS commander. The team departed in the evening, accompanied by OSS agent Don Jones. Don Jones, known as Scotty by the Italian partisans, was a known agent in the region, having gained the respect of the Italian partisan network by actually doing what the OSS was created to do, fighting alongside the partisans and sabotaging Nazi forces. Scotty betrayed those that he had fought alongside during the Nazis' brutal northern Italian campaign. He was tasked by Dulles to provide cover for the rescue team during their convoy to Lake Como, and he was honored to do so. The convoy was made up of a motley crew of OSS agents, Italian partisans, and 2 SS agents that would help secure their passage through the checkpoints. The rescue party was attacked several times by partisans, but Scotty bravely jumped in front of the gunfire, hoping that the partisans would recognize him. This strategy mostly worked, despite the convoy getting hit by grenades and gunfire throughout the night. When they finally arrived...
Thank you, Cap8. LMFAO, like, if CatDad and HGHH have uncovered something nobody has uncovered yet, there wouldn't be fully confirmed evidence. Just like the Rothschilds will say, hey, we're actually the wicked, greedy ones funding all your wars, but please continue fighting amongst yourselves. Tweedledee. Oh, you guys are too funny.
Arrived at the Lake Como estate late in the evening. Wolf was awaiting them in his SS uniform. He offered them scotch that had been stolen from the British during the North African campaign. Shortly after, he changed into plain clothes, and they began their journey back to Chiasso. By 2 in the morning, the convoy safely returned to Chiasso and met back up with Gavernitz. Wolf was filled with gratitude for Gavernitz for saving him, and Gavernitz proudly shared the story of his Operation Sunrise mission for the rest of his life, writing about it sentimentally in his diary years later. On May 13, 1945, shortly after the Operation Sunrise rescue, Wolf was spending his birthday with his family and fellow escaped Nazi war criminal Eugen Dolman at the Villa of the Dukes of Pistoia in Italy. That afternoon, they were abruptly greeted by American tanks and Italian partisans, demanding Wolf's arrest. Wolf and Dolman were quickly escorted to the Bolzano dungeon, set up for Nazi war criminals. Although, they were swiftly transferred to the more comfortable prisoner of war camp at Cinecittà, the former Italian movie studio that had been converted into a POW camp. There, he was given special treatment, due to letters from Dulles recommending him as a moderate gentleman. He was given better food than the other prisoners, and even allowed to wear his SS uniform and sidearm while in the prison. Dulles had promised Wolf immunity from trials and stood by his promise, due partly to his respect and use for Wolf, but also due to the serious repercussions to his own career if Wolf testified about his treasonous acts in Operation Sunrise. Wolf was later transferred to a small US POW camp in Gmunden, Austria, which featured a lakeside resort and spa. Wolf was then reunited with his family, and was also personally delivered his yacht, which he used that summer on the lake nearby. That same summer, the Nuremberg trials were taking place, and Chief Prosecutor Justice Robert Jackson wanted Wolf to stand trial as a, quote, major war criminal, which he clearly was. Dulles immediately got to work clearing Wolf's name, burying and destroying OSS documents that labeled Wolf as a mass murderer, complicit, and instrumental to the Holocaust. Instead of receiving the true reports of Wolf's atrocities, Justice Jackson at the Nuremberg trial received a report that labeled him as a, quote, moderate Nazi, and most importantly, a, quote, gentleman. Wolf did appear at Nuremberg, but as a witness, testifying against Hermann Goering. As the first rounds of trials ended, the Nuremberg Committee continued...
Yeah, silent generation mentality, and if you don't see it exactly how he sees it, even though it all tracks, you're not worth talking to. Yeah, I think you guys are all right about this, I think. Gives me religious vibes, the way he protects his sacred findings, yeah. Like, to me, this shit is not sacred. Nothing that I have stumbled on here is something that I would ever, like, this is all moldable. All of it still, you know what I mean? Like, I would never be 100% firm on any of this shit. I mean, actually, kind of, I am getting pretty close to being like, no, this is for sure. Like, there's no way around it at this point. But, you know what I mean? Like, realistically, though, like, I mean, we've changed our opinion. We've made tiny little, you know, turns of the knob for our theories. Every day we change, you know? I think.
Their noble quest to bring justice to outstanding Nazi war criminals. Wolf's
I don't know. I think it's admirable, and I think it's hard to be willing to change your worldview. It's easy to be unwilling to do that, and to do the no because I said so. That's what this feels like, is no because I said so. I'm older, I'm bigger, I'm smarter. Like, okay, well, a dumber guy thought of the truth, so... If you think that that matters, then I guess maybe you're not smarter. I don't know. Maybe you could just say that anyone could have the truth. Doesn't matter how dumb or big or small or old or young they are. Maybe they just have a little bit of different worldview and they were able to see something that you couldn't. And again, none of it negates anything that you've ever said. It's so weird.
Continued to be floated, as he was a high-ranking member of the SS.
Yeah, Madam Driver, isn't the whole point getting to the truth? That is exactly what the point is to me.
Dulles responded by forging a psychiatric assessment of Wolf, which diagnosed him with psychosis and landed him in a mental facility. Dulles...
Dude, so Sticker Patch said, am I confused? Because sometimes it seemed like JH was about to say the HCOS never happened, but wants someone else to say it first. See, this is one of the other things that I've been, like, really worried not to, like, this is what I'm kind of... You know what I mean? Like, the unwillingness to get off the Rothschilds. That's one of the possibilities, too, is that I was thinking that he doesn't like us talking about the Nazis because he wants to put it on the Rothschilds. And the people that the Rothschilds answer to, which is the Jewish religion, right? That's the Ian Carroll mode, dude. That's exactly what Eddie and Cancel This Conspiracy and all of those people will do. And they've already started. They've tested it. Ian Carroll has tested it with I forget what video it was. I think it was Lucian Grange or whatever. It was during the UMG stuff, the Universal Music Group, pulling their shit off TikTok or whatever, and the Diddy stuff with Lucian Grange. He was like, who owns all music? And then he puts up a Wikipedia article of Lucian Grange, and he just highlights Jewish producer or whatever. He's like, look who owns this is who owns all music. And he's like pointing to Lucian Grange and then just has Jewish entrepreneur or whatever highlighted. Like, I really don't want this to be true, but this is like kind of equal with, like, to me anyway, like with misunderstanding, kind of, because he doesn't want to talk about that stuff. Putting the blame of stuff on Nazis? Why? They're a pretty good person to put the blame on, I think. Oh, Sticker Patch. Sticker Patch, you should tell me when you feel like you thought that he was alluding to that, because I don't think I got that. There have been a couple times where, I mean, now looking back, I'm like, that's definitely a possibility. But if you felt like that in the moment, I would love you to share a time code or whatever, because I want to see that. Because, yeah, this is one of the possibilities. And, dude, it makes more sense to me for, like, shutting the conversation and, like, not being friends anymore. That makes way more sense than me just, like, being obsessed with talking about Nazis, with you not offering any evidence to prove that I'm wrong. You know? Or even talking about it to prove I'm wrong.
It
might be that, dude. I don't like that.
Worked to save this horrible man because he saw a future for him in post-war Europe. But Wolf also...
But I do not give a shit, because I will never protect him if it's true. You know what I mean? Like, just because I liked his documentaries doesn't mean that I'm willing to, like, protect him if he is a person like that, you know? Like, but to these people, the people who currently are in power, that's how they think. They say, oh no, I just got to protect my friends. How do I protect my friends? And by friends, I mean the other Supremas. I don't want this to be true, but honestly, it makes a lot of sense to me. Because I feel like us not being friends makes a whole lot of no sense to me. It feels very... I mean, it feels OOB-ish.
Held a trump card, blackmail. Wolf knew that Dulles was being insubordinate by attempting to save him. To continue to pressure Dulles...
Dude, I love bouncing shit off you guys. This is honestly why I wanted to talk about it, is because I want to figure out what's going on. and you guys always have the best. You know, it's I need people that I can trust, that I can bounce shit off of, and so far it's Dante, Nicole, and you guys. I thought John Hankey was there, but no.
To take increasingly illegal and immoral steps to free him, Wolf even sent a letter to Harry Truman outlining some details of Operation Sunrise. Dulles was furious, but he had no choice but to continue working to free Wolf. Finally, in 1948, Dulles was able to secure Wolf's transfer to a jail in...
Yeah, Axel. Yeah, this is back of the house shenanigans. We aren't trying to bring a 4-course meal out to the customers yet. Yeah, like, I haven't presented a fucking 2-hour documentary yet. Like, we're crafting it right now. I'm trying to get you to craft it with me. I want to bake a cake with you, and you just want to throw rocks at me. What the fuck?
Hamburg. There, he would be put on trial. Not for war crimes, but for, quote, denazification purposes. During the trial, the judge read a glowing affidavit personally written by Dulles, recommending that Wolf not be prosecuted. The ever-loyal Gavernets appeared at the trial and provided a personal character witness to Wolf. Ultimately, Wolf's sentencing was influenced by these powerful actors, and he was only sentenced to 4 years for being a member of the SS and being aware of the horrible crimes. Once again, the restless Dulles lobbied a bit more and got his sentence reduced to time served. Wolf was a free man in Europe in June 1949. So I really wanted to illustrate this story because it just, first of all, I think it's a very interesting story.
Dude, you know what? This is what we need to do. We need to... See, I think one of the big problems with the Nazis, right, is that so many of their records have been destroyed, right? But we should do... How do we get, like, a list of, like, the top 1,000 Nazi families, you know? Because, dude, I can, like, think of, like, at least 20, like, famous people who all seem to have the same exact backstory as, like, Taylor Lorenz. You know, when you look into them, it stops with mentioning that they have parents who want to be, like, discreet. You never find out their names. You know nothing about them. And then later, Nicole finds out that they are Nazi families. This keeps happening, guys. The John Benet Ramsey family, Biden, the Teals, the Clyers, Mr. Beast, Austin Russell, Gates, Elon Musk. Dude, I'm already almost to 10. I'm not even trying. Like, woo, Fizz Magnificent is gifting 1 tier 1 sub. Dude, thank you. I appreciate you. And it went to Lipstick Sheep 3. Let's go, boys. Oh, there's so many missing cat signs up in your neighborhood. I think Taylor Lorenz has been around here. That's so funny. Dude, that's so sad. There's nothing sadder than seeing a missing pet sign. And then you see the ones that are, like, so old and, like, probably never got caught, you know, found. I hate that shit. Poor little animals. I want to save every frickin' animal in the entire world. And
just
people,
from a purely intelligent point of view, it reads much like a real-life James Bond story.
I like Ash Squirrel Girl too. He's got to be mad you figured out more than him in his life's work. I do think that that's part of it too, but it could be both. It could be it's one or the other though. It's like scorned older silent generation person who doesn't know how to, like, you know, I think like older people have this very like, and you know, to be fair, like, and this again, like, I would still hang out with Hankey if he was just like, I'm sorry, it was, you know, it was a misunderstanding, you know, but you know, there was even times like on the show, like it's like very clear that when Hankey's talking, no one else can talk, you know, like that to me is very like professor type vibes, you know, like, oh, I'm the leader here, and when I talk, you don't talk, you know, like that kind of stuff. I couldn't tell if it was just like the technology getting in the way or what, but No, it felt like, and you see in the text too, it's like, here's what I'm gonna do on your show. Like, so I think it's a mix. It could be either. It could be just like weird silent generation shit, or control shit.
Maybe a bit of a perverted one, since the forces that the OSS were fighting for at this time were not exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing too. The Rothschilds are Nancy's. See, this is why it starts to make me think of the worse option, because I do feel like there's been a couple times that I feel like maybe he was going to, like, I've gotten worried before, like, wait, he's not about to say, like, put this on Jewish people, right? Dude, I don't want that to be true, but we're gonna keep looking. We should watch the beginning of his 7, cause dude, we watched the last like 10 minutes of his October 7 documentary, and it was basically like these brutal monsters killed their, like, the like hippy dippy people, and was like, yeah, they're demons, they're like Nazis, right? It wasn't that wasn't that the end of his story? Dude, I think we got to watch parts of that, cause dude, come on. Even Hankster? No, right? No. Dude, I don't want this to be true. No, we're going to look into it. We're not saying it's true. I still just want it to be like old guy communication.
Noble. But also, I wanted to raise this just to show what the fate of these people ended up being, especially Karl Wolf. So Karl Wolf lived out the rest of his days in post-war Germany, working as an advertising executive.
Like, dude, Karl Wolf, dude, Reinhard Gehlen, like, there's so many. There's like 50 that we could write down right now, and that's a lot. Taylor Lorenz, bro. Like, I think we need to like write down as many of these Nazis as we can, and like actually start getting them, like get the ranks of them in the SS, and let's start fucking matching them. Because, dude, and I guarantee they're not all in the U.S. The U.S. was the creme de la creme, I think. All the best ones, all the best little Nancys got to go to the U.S. But remember, this is a thing that they are trying for world domination. I know that they have been sending people to Australia. We need to get Boy on this. Dude, how do we get Boy? Like, they might actually take this shit seriously. But I think we should grind on the Miro and try and get like an actual, like, here's how many like Nazis were running shit, and here's how many we think have come over. Because, dude, there's so many. Like, who did they actually kill? Like, it's like 3. It's like they killed 3 Nazis at Nuremberg and then lied about all the rest. That's bad.
As he had before.
And think about it, dude. It's like no one would really know until now anyway, because you would have to wait for people to have like the technology to do it. You couldn't really do this back in the day. You wouldn't have such easy access to side-by-side photos and looking up people's ancestry. Like, you didn't find it because this wasn't your thing to find, like, dude, Hankey found like the NSAM 273 thing. I literally think that he has the most information about the JFK stuff. Like, he has found good stuff, like, this doesn't negate that. nothing. It doesn't, even the stuff about the Rothschilds, it doesn't negate. But if the focus has to only be on the Rothschilds, that's weird to me. That says a lot.
For the war. In the 1950s, he would form a neo-fascist party in Germany called Rex and Ferret.
Yeah, look, this dude just got to go start a neo-fascist thing in Germany, while Reinhard Gehlen, literally a Nazi, was running their special police. Okay, that's in Germany. And then in America, it's like they all just came over here. Our NASA was run by Werner von Braun, bro. He is a straight up Nance.
I might have mispronounced.
It's so many, bro. It was right under everyone's nose. They just did it. And now everyone's mad that I figured it out. Well, yeah, the goofy cat figured it out because he listens. As we can see by the fact that you people still won't listen. Just listen. Why is it so hard? But maybe it's not hard to understand. Maybe it's that we can't understand. Maybe it's that our goal is to not understand. Because that's kind of what it is a lot. For a lot of people. They're just like not willing. They could get it. They just are not willing to. I hope not.
And in 1956, he formed a men's club for former SS officers. Thanks to Dulles' hard work and determination, another horrible Nazi war criminal walked freely in post.
Okay, so that's two. How many is too many? I mean, I'm at 2. I'm already like, okay, what? Is Hankey just like, nope, this isn't real? Nope, Reinhard Gehlen did not run the secret police in Germany. Yeah, Reinhard Gehlen, the Nazi.
War Europe, and that had been the plan from the beginning, to keep as many of these elements around to be used in the post-war.
They also gave immunity to everyone involved with Unit 731. In my opinion, we need to look into that, the Italians in World War II and the KGB during the Cold War. I bet that'll connect so many dots. Yeah, dude. And yeah, I think the like KGB and was the KGB like, was that somehow like a holdover of like people who were like class or like, you know, loyal to the elite class or something? Because I'm very confused on why there's a Caleb, I suspect is Caleb Hammer's ancestor, but definitely is Army Hammer's relative, was like a double agent Russian KGB operative. And I keep finding like weird things with the CIA, like having like double agents with the KGB. So I was like, was the KGB working with the CIA? Are they who like, I don't know. But yeah, I want to connect all the frickin' dots, dude.
Environment.
But yeah, like, I don't know anything. I say that all the time, and I don't. And, like, you know, half of my shit is, like, on intuition and gut. But I can't shake it, and I don't think that I'm, like, leading us astray here. I can't figure it out. We're slowly getting it, you know, but it's like, I'm one person.
Up to this point, we have discussed Alan Dulles' exploits during the Second World War at the OSS in detail. But there were many other notable future CIA officers around him at the OSS that were working towards the same missions, that I think are equally as important to talk about. So with that being said, let's talk about James Jesus Angleton, the OSS station chief in Rome during World War II, and the future director of counterintelligence at the CIA until the 1970s.
Psycho.
So we are talking about a long and enduring legacy with intelligence. Let's get into it. James Jesus Angleton was the son of Hugh Angleton, the owner of the National Cash Register Company and the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Italy. Hugh also worked with the OSS during the war, and was likely the reason his son was put in charge of the X2 program in Italy, the OSS's counter.
So you see how the OSS is just like rich sons of business extremists, right? And their whole job is to make sure that fascism is what stays. Well, they say capitalism, but when you kill your enemies to keep them from getting into power, that's fascism to me. Like going around and cooing other governments so that socialism never happens, that's fascist. Like they're all just fascists who make their boys do fascism in other countries, and then they get to come to America and be politicians. It's the exact reason why little Tyler Thompson, the little Mormon BYU educated student, went to the Democratic Republic of Congo and said, let's coup this shit. He did that because that's what they do. The business extremists send their sons to go do business extremism. That's what the CIA is. Business extremism. That's it.
Counterintelligence branch. Angleton Jr. was a Yale graduate, an avid poet, and also deeply paranoid for his entire life. Throughout his intelligence career, Angleton would skulk around the office.
Yeah, paranoid because he knows what people are capable of because he's one of those psychos.
Buildings
he's protecting himself from himself.
Accusing colleagues of communist sympathies and searching every room he entered for hidden bugs. Despite his paranoia, Angleton was a master of deception. He was always in the background of some of the OSS and the CIA's most significant operation. His elusiveness and tall skeletal appearance earned him the nickname of the Ghost, or the Cadaver, by his colleagues. Angleton was, amongst many things, an Anglophile, a ruthless anti-communist, a devout Roman Catholic. He was largely amoral, and most importantly to his career aspirations, he viewed Allen Dulles as a second father and a mentor. While stationed in Italy,
that says everything you gotta know about him.
During the Second World War, Angleton would help Dulles smuggle key fascist elements out of occupied territories, most notably Junio Valerio Borghese, otherwise known as the Black Prince. Who was this Black Prince? Well, Junio Valerio Borghese was a former member of the Catholic black nobility, a fascist segment of the Italian aristocracy that had deep running connections with the Vatican. Throughout the war, Borghese fought alongside the Italian fascists, and unlike many of Mussolini's followers, the Black Prince refused to surrender. Late into the war, he led a short-lived, quote, solo republic, which was a group of hard...
Yeah, Ukraine has a massive Nazi problem. I mean, everyone does, because nothing ever happened to the Nazis. Right?
Hardline fascists that held out against partisan...
Yeah, especially, like, that's one thing that, like, that was another thing that really made me open my eyes, is because at the beginning of the Ukraine thing, you know, I was watching the news and believing the news and thinking, like, I mean, I was questioning it, but I wasn't questioning it as much as I do now, obviously, but, like, it wasn't until I heard on Hassan one day where he was like, Ukraine, he was like, no, these militaries all do have significant Nazi problems. They essentially, he's like, the Azov battalion or whatever is just how America always does, where they go into like another country and they arm the fucking far-right neo-Nazi group who is willing to kill leftists for cash. You know? They do this in every country, but in Ukraine, that far-right group is a neo-Nazi group whose grandpappies were probably all fucking Nazis. Remember that Nazi that Canada gave that award to and everyone gave him a standing ovation? That was not an accident. That was a test. You know? And nothing happened. And they all applauded a Nazi. They didn't take that back. It happened.
And advances in northern Italy, even after Italy signed an armistice with the Allies in 1943. He led a militia group called Xmas that perpetuated untold horrors on the communist partisans funded by the Italian Communist Party, otherwise known as PCI. The Black Prince had crossed paths with good old General Wolfe before he was deported to a POW camp. The meeting was held at a villa on Garter Lake, and was also attended by Angleton. At this meeting, the Black Prince agreed to cooperate with the OSS's secret Operation Sunrise if he received clemency for his crimes. This debt was repaid, as when the Black Prince was arrested for war crimes in May of 1945, Angleton personally secured his release and picked him up from his detention center when he was freed in Milan. After freeing the Black Prince, Angleton and Wild Bill Donovan toyed with the idea of a scheme to install Borghese as the new king of Italy, at least in the Catholic-dominated South. Instead, they opted for a less high-profile plan, using Borghese as the commander of Gladio forces in Italy. So, Borghese was given U.S. State Department
sticker. Plus, if JH was able to provide substantial proof to the contrary, Cat Dad would be like, oh, cool, interesting, let's explore that avenue, because truth isn't about who's right. Literally, bro. I have never in my life been like, no, this is something that I believe, and it has to stay this way. Because I put time into it. Dude, I put time into this. Doesn't mean that I'm right, but I think I am. You know? We can't both be right. So, you're saying that you have to be right? I'm not saying that I have to be right. I just want us to look at it.
Funds under the auspices of, quote, operational resources for the formation of an Italian police force and military. And just like that, the Black Prince was the commander of a shadow army in Italy. Borghese organized his army into 40 groups, 10 of which specialized in sabotage, 6 in espionage, propaganda, and escape tactics, which was essentially just another word for smuggling war criminals to South America and the Middle East, and a staggering 12 divisions.
We release you with love, Hankey. Yeah, exactly. Maybe you can come back to the coop. You can fly back to the nest if you ever get on your knees and grovel and say, you were right, Cat Dad. You were younger and smarter than me. No, I'm just kidding. I would accept that apology for sure. I would be like, no, I'm not smarter than you. I just stumbled onto it. I just had a different world experience. I unfortunately have found the case to be that when people say they're one thing, they're usually way worse. And then I also have this thing where I get really nosy and I have to figure shit out. And I am pretty egoless, I think. I've kind of never had an ego, and I think that helps me. It helps me get to the truth, I think. It really does, I do believe. I don't really think I have that much of an ego. And I think it's helpful. I like it. Because again, what matters to me is the truth. I don't want to be right. Truly, I don't want to be right about this right now. I want to be wrong, but you just got to show me that I'm wrong.
Divisions dedicated to guerrilla fighting. These units were trained at the Italian island of Sardinia and pulled from hardline fascists and Italian monarchists. The groundwork for Gladio, the CIA's secret and murderous campaign against European communists, was set. The Black Prince, Earnhard Gehlen, and General Karl
Reinhardt
Wolf would get to work recruiting the future gladiators to perpetuate violence against leftists, orchestrate false flag events, and ensure that European fascism remained alive in a hidden...
Their whole plan was to orchestrate false flag events in order to continue going to war, and that's... Bro, does that sound familiar at all?
But powerful network.
That sounds just like the fucking FBI, bro. Come on. Ideologically, it couldn't be direct descendants of. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, man? They're all Nazis. Of course they are. Right?
But we will be saving all that.
Dude, it's so... Dude, yeah, we gotta finish this documentary. We're just gonna keep watching because this shit is great. And this is... Dude, I might see one of the submarine saboteurs in here. Yeah, let's continue watching this, right?
For future parts.
And then maybe Hankey will watch this and get an education about the CIA and the diabolicalness of them and the fact that they are literally Nazis. Like, dude, the fucking... Dude. Alan Dulles and his brother was so much worse. John Foster Dulles called himself a Nazi through the 60s. He, like, defended Nazis, too, through the 60s openly, which just means that's when he realized he needed to pipe down about doing it publicly. We gotta get a list. Yeah, we gotta get a fucking list. Like, let's write down all of the people that were in the White House and shit, and be like, write their position, how close they are to the president, and be like, Nazi or nah. Like, I guarantee, bro, it's 9-1 Nazi, for sure. Like, I'm not wrong about this. Just, dude, just pure, what is it, statistics. Like, the reason I've come to this conclusion is because statistically, I should not be stumbling onto Nazi way this much. I shouldn't. Taylor Lorenz, come on, dude. I don't want Taylor to be fucking Hitler's granddaughter. But this shit is real, and we're finding it not because we're making it happen, but because it's true. And dude, just statistically, finding this many put in these high of positions. Our entire media doesn't talk about the big thing that's happening. Statistically, that is an anomaly, bro. You can't have 100% of people agreeing that, yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself out of the sample population of everyone who's on TV and in music and in movies. That's weird. Like, I'm using math and science and shit, I feel like, to lead me, you know? It's like, I'm not just like going off the seat of my pants here. Like, this shit is real. And yeah, if we gotta write down every single Nazi that ever existed and like, yeah, let's just do that. Let's start with all the top brass because we know they're the ones that we're gonna be saved. Let's get like the top 500 fucking Nazis. If anyone finds that list, please send it to me, okay? Because yeah, I've been wanting to do this. I just need, like, you know, a team. Let's just do it. If you guys want to help, we'll do it in the Miro. I'll figure out, like, a little system or something. But let's look for the top 100, top 200 Nancys. And let's see if we can find, if any of them are our people. Like, General Lieutenant Walter Lorenz, that's fucking high up there, bro. I guarantee the Musks are up there. The Teals, the Clyers, they're all up there. I think the problem, though, is just that there's, like, they fucking got rid of the evidence. They did a really good job of that. They firebombed Berlin.
That's all I've got for today, folks. I hope you enjoyed the video. I am overwhelmed with the support that you've given me for my first part. Thank you so much for that. That really goes a long way and keeps me motivated to keep making these parts. For the next episode, just to give you a sneak preview, we're going to be looking at the OSS's activities in Asia, specifically in China and Southeast Asia in Burma. This will be an interesting link to draw, especially with future OSS operations.
Yeah, Axel, you said, I feel like family ties are the strongest leads. Yeah, that's what I'm finding, and that's what makes the most sense, right? That's why people like Paul are not expendable. They're family. They have to be. David Hogg, Adam Lanza, has to be family. Right? That's the only way that you would put this much effort into one of these people. We already know how little they value life for other people. The only way that they would be willing to keep, like, giving this fucking FBI agent a chance after he was like he's the thing that gives up the whole thing. Like, he is Timothy McVeigh. Like, him existing still, that does a lot of bad for the FBI. The only way they'd be willing to risk that, I think, is if he's family. And I bet he's up there, dude. Yeah, we got to figure out how. I feel like they were very much, like, they did very much try and conceal the top brass of the SS and shit, right? But there's got to be, people have to have some compilations of at least the top ones by now, right? Okay, this is exciting. We're going to do this. This is the next thing in the Miro board. I'm going to get this cracking.
and the French Connection. And
because I want to be able to show people, because dude, I already know it statistically. It is a freak anomaly. There should not be this many Nazis that survived, especially the high up ones. Like, and I bet by now there's pictures, and we could just match them by pictures. Because, dude, think about it. That's why all of them have such generic sounding, like foreigner imagining a fucking American name. That's why all of them have these goofy names, is because they took a new identity. Musk, Teal, Donaldson, Ballinger, DeFranco, Hammer. It's all like these fake ass names that all sound generic American. All of their names are like this. Gates, Bezos. Oh, Bezos isn't that. It's kind of a weird one. But you got a couple. But he's got to be one of the CIA types, because there's no way. He's like got to be a DARPA, Elon Musk style FBI, CIA fed. Like that he's been deep cover CIA ever since day one. Just like Elon is. Like, Elon is just the figurehead mouthpiece for, like, the CIA's, like, shit that they've stolen, really. And like, a way to control the markets and stuff. A way to make sure that electric cars don't ever work. You know? Get the biggest car company to be a fucking dud. And make sure that they're so expensive that no one, except for rich people, can have them. But, you know, like, they all came over here and took these fucking goofy ass names, and I bet we could match all of them at this point just with fucking pictures. I bet you we could. Because I feel like they've outlined it enough to where I feel like we can just guess who they are at this point. It's like, if you're successful and you have a monopoly business, you're a Nancy. That's all. And they've proven that that has to be the case, essentially, right? So we can basically outline our whole entire thing just that way. And then we'll look at the top 500 Nancys and we'll match them. That's exactly who they would save. Right? Or we'll look at, like, the most influential Nancys, like, not just the SS, I guess, or whatever, but, like, Leni Riefenstahl has to have survived, right? All these people that we thought were dead have to be alive. Like, dude, I want to know, Eric O'Ryan puts Mengele's, like, full name and shit in here. We should probably figure out where their fucking families are. Right? Like, it's so many, dude. I'm not wrong. This is a statistical anomaly.
It's instrumental link to Gladio. But that's for the next part. As for today, I hope you enjoyed this part. Please, as always, share any of your thoughts you have down in the comments. I read every single comment, and I appreciate all of the feedback, so thank you so much. I hope the audio was a little bit better in this part. I do realize that it was quite quiet.
No, bro, it was great this time.
In the last part, so I did my best to try to make it louder in this one. So hopefully that's been...
You did solid, brother.
Fixed.
And dude, he's doing a Rocket City. We'll watch the teaser for that in a second.
With that being said, thank you again for watching. A like is free, and it goes...
Okay. Yeah, look, he's doing a Rocket City series that he posted this 6 months ago. So I bet that he's cooking on it.
But I think...
And he hasn't posted anything since.
Science has a real surprise for the skeptics. Science, for instance, tells us that nothing in nature, not even the tiniest...
This is Wernher von Braun, the Nazi that ran NASA, and they have a shrine to him still to this day. Listen to the way he talks here. We should find this interview, too.
Particle can disappear without a trace. Think about that for a moment. Once you do, your thoughts about life will never be the same. Science has found that nothing can disappear without a trace. Nature does not know extinction. All it knows is transformation. Now, if God applies this fundamental principle to the most minute and insignificant parts of his universe, Doesn't it make sense to assume that he applies it also to the masterpiece of his creation, the human soul? And everything science has taught me and continues to teach me strengthens my belief in the continuity of our spiritual existence after death.
Do you see how I feel like a Nazi could rationalize doing insane things? He, instead of looking at the stuff that we're learning, the one source and all this shit, and looking at it in awe and being like, this is amazing, this is so unifying, this brings us all together, he's saying, oh, that means that I don't have to feel bad by killing everyone. I can just do whatever because they don't really die. That's what it feels like he's saying, right? Like, I feel like these people can't help but, like, tell on themselves. And this feels very sinister, what he's saying, you know? It feels like he's like, yeah, it's like a Nazi rationalizing killing people and doing reckless things. They need to be the Ubermenschen, yeah.
For instance, tells us that nothing in nature, not even the tiniest particle, can disappear without a trace. Think about that for a moment.
Yeah, so he's like, so everything is recorded, everything is preserved. Nothing's destroyed, so I can do devastating earthquakes with my Tesla howitzer. I can fake the moon landing.
Moment.
I can make a giant reflecting mirror and call it a fucking... I can call it a telescope. And then, when the time is right, I can vaporize New York with the heat of the sun.
Once you do, your thoughts about life will never be the same. Science has found that nothing can disappear without a trace. Nature does not know extinction. All it knows is transformation.
He's like, I'm not killing them, I'm transforming them. That's a psycho thing to say. That's psychotic, bucko. Come on, brother. You
Now,
gotta
if God
stop.
applies this fundamental principle to the most minute and insignificant parts of his universe, doesn't it make sense to assume that he applies it also to the masterpiece of his creation, the human soul? And everything science has taught me and continues to teach me strengthens my belief in the continuity.
Oh, so that makes... Okay, so you're very confident in yourself, so you're fine with killing us all, because don't worry, you don't really die.
Of our spiritual existence after death. The continuity of our spiritual... Science has taught me and continues to teach me strengthens my belief in the continuity of our spiritual existence after death.
See? Like, I'm not wrong here, right? It feels like what he's saying. He's like rationalizing killing people. It feels like that's what it seems like. This dude is crazy. He is a Nazi. Why did they need to bring over a Nazi to go to the moon, and then they didn't even go to the moon? Bums. It really was just to get their boyfriends over here. They're like, we gotta get them here. Come on.
Was it the Northern Lights, or was it HAARP testing conducted from May 8th through the 10th in Alaska? Nestled in the vast wilderness of Alaska,
that looks like a Tesla.
The High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, known as HAARP, is a focal point of both scientific study.
What the hell? This is a black cube of satellites?
And wild speculation. This facility is equipped with a potent array of 180 antennas, capable of projecting 3.6 megawatts of power into
this
was it
goddamn
the Northern Lights, or was it HAARP testing 7 to 10 millimeters, the ionosphere? This facility is equipped with a potent array of 180 antennas, capable of projecting 3.6 megawatts of power into the ionosphere, the electrically charged layer of the Earth's atmosphere. Operating within a frequency range of 2.7 to 10 millimegahertz, HAARP's stated goal is to advance our understanding of the ionosphere and improve communications and navigation systems. However, the timing of their tests, coinciding with unusual auroral activity, has fueled theories. Some suggest these tests can manipulate weather, control minds, or even trigger earthquakes. As HAARP's latest series of experiments unfolds from May 8th to the 10th, 2024, it prompts us to question, are we witnessing a mere natural wonder or something far more orchestrated? Dive deep with me into the science and the myths surrounding HAARP.
Hell yeah.
Was it the Northern Lights, or was it
I'll
HAARP
follow
testing?
that, dude. All right, let's watch the next part. Damn, 2 hours and 24 minutes in. If you guys got any fun stuff too, if you send it, we can watch it. But I feel like we should know our CIA
In the
history
1940s, while the world was
fully.
embroiled
And this kid has great documentaries, and his shit doesn't claim my shit.
in the Second World War, American intelligence officers worked in the shadows to establish an insanely profitable global alliance between organized crime, brutal warlords, and Western intelligence agencies. The goal of this network was to counter global communism through the smuggling, distribution, and sale of opiates and cocaine across the globe. As the Allies fought the Nazis in Europe and the Imperial Japanese in the East, the Office of Strategic Services, the wartime predecessor to the CIA, laid the groundwork for a disastrous illegal empire built on narcotic smuggling, extortion, and human suffering that would continue throughout the Cold War and into our present day. Today, we will begin to untangle this complex web that is deeply rooted in the history of the United States and the world. Welcome back to Eyes Wide Open, where we will be continuing to chronicle the history of—
Sorry, dudes, who was the bald guy that you guys were asking about? What bald? Where was there a bald guy in there?
of the CIA. If you are new to this channel, this marks—
I didn't see that when we were going through, but I'll try and remember who the bald guy was.
Part 3 of our series. But don't worry though, I make these videos so that they stand alone and should be completely comprehensible to a first-time viewer. If this is the first part you found, I recommend you watch it first. If you like my style and the way I present information, the previous parts will always be there, and will hopefully be equally as enjoyable. Our first 2 parts of this series outlined the formation of the Office of Strategic Services and the work these agents undertook to preserve fascist elements in Europe after the war. These forces would form an underground anti-communist army in Western Europe under the CIA and NATO, called Operation Gladio, during the Cold War. As always, I cite all my sources in the description of every video. Whenever you see a number pop up at the top of the screen like this, you can find a matching citation in the description as to where I got that info. This will be especially important today, and in the future, as we are entering some very gray territory. This history is very rarely discussed.
Dude, no, stop doing that. Just base all of your facts on photo comparisons. Don't read. Don't do that shit. Just get lineups of photos, okay? Easy squeezy. Keep it simple, stupid.
Even in authoritative histories of the CIA. But for everything I say, there will always be a source in the description. I encourage you to check it out. Skepticism is totally understandable.
Dude, just fucking go for it, you know?
With all that being said, let's begin part 3 of the history of the CIA.
Woo! Eyes wide open forever.
Often when talking about modern American history, discussion gravitates towards oil as a key driver of US policymaking. Although this is largely true for many recent US interventions, the history of the CIA is undeniably linked to 2 even more sinister commodities, cocaine and heroin. We will leave cocaine aside for now, as this will only become relevant later on in our story when the CIA becomes heavily involved in Latin America during the Cold War. In the beginning of American intelligence history, the CIA and its wartime predecessor, the OSS, promoted and protected global opium production and smuggling to—
Dude, this kid grinds so hard on his docs, bro. He has such great visuals for us.
finance anti-communist allies.
Every single scene is beautiful.
And
where's he find this good shit?
Illegal activities around the globe. So let's get into a bit of the history of opium. This is going to be a very short history. I think it's important background though. Opium has been a global commodity since the colonial era, when British, Dutch, and French empires controlled opium flows from the Middle East and Southeast Asia to the West. This narcotic became widely popular, firstly as a recreational drug used by European and American elites in opium dens, and eventually by colonial residents in opium-rich regions. In the 1800s, the British fought 2 successful wars with China to maintain the export and sale of opium, following attempts by the emperor to ban the highly addictive substance in China. This just shows how important opium was as a commodity to the British and to all—
Dude, in the apocalypse, was it Majora who said that they were going to just like grow grow some stuff in the apocalypse, I'm just gonna grow opium or poppies. Screw it. I'm just gonna live the freaking high life.
The colonial empires. By 1900, China's population
in the apocalypse, dude, it's kind of fucked up when you like, when your picture of like how after the world ends, if you survive, is just like desolate city, but the cats all survive, and you just kind of, you know, there's no power. You just kind of read and hang out on the roof when it's bright out, and then you feed the cats and stuff. And that's all you do. You never have to work again. And that kind of sounds like heaven. Like, the apocalypse should not sound better than normal life.
of 300 million people was made up of 13.5 million opium addicts who consumed some 38,000 tons of opium yearly, making China the largest producer and consumer of opium.
Yeah, I'm so fucking mad that the reason for all of the suffering caused by my cocaine and heroin addiction to myself and my friends and family is because they needed to nuke the idea of any of us having a better life. Yeah, dude. They love when we become desperate and become addicted and become sad, and they love it. They love the misery of the world. That is so fucked. I know. It's fucked. It's bullshit, dude. These people literally think of us like a stock tick, you know? And they want us low so they can buy. Literally.
At the time.
Oh yeah, we should catch up. Maybe on Wednesday we'll do that, or maybe tonight. I don't know. We could look at it. But have you guys, like, Roaring Kitty, the GameStonk guy? He came back, and the stock market is just, like, straight up bullshit. It's just, like, they're just full on manipulating the stock market in the middle of the day. They don't care anymore. They've done it, like, 10 times with Roaring Kitty. And they keep trying to, like, I think he was saying that they're, like, probably trying to build a case on him or something for, like, what is it called? Stock manipulation? But it's like the fucking, he hasn't sold anything and the number just keeps going down. Like, it's insane to be telling people to buy it, you know? And that's definitely not stock manipulation. It's like it looks like it's a bad deal. But yeah, they straight up don't care, just totally manipulating it. The stock market is Faker Daker City.
As much as the Brits got rich off of opium, Americans also participated in the highly lucrative trade. Illustrious American families gained their fortunes in Shanghai and Hong Kong, shipping large amounts of the narcotic to the United States. For example, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's maternal grandfather, Warren Delano, established their family's fortunes by shipping heroin to the United States. This highly lucrative trade gave rise to a global epidemic of opium addicts, and later, heroin addicts across the globe. Opium was not just a narcotic, it was a global commodity that was essential to building the wealth necessary to create the colonial empires of Europe. Colonial governments were granted monopolies on opium production, and the incredibly lucrative returns from such exploits allowed the colonial regimes to raise massive amounts of capital necessary to expand. Opium became a cash crop much like coffee, tea, sugar, and nicotine. Before its global prohibition in the 1930s, opium was viewed as an accepted substance in the Western diet. To put this into perspective, in 1900, China's opium crop was comparable in bulk to Japan's tea production, an incredible commodity at the time. By the end of the 19th century, opium was replaced by the pharmaceutical morphine and the narcotic heroin, two chemical derivatives of the opium plant. The Bayer Company, one of the 6 firms that would make up IG Farben, the German chemical firm that we talked about in episode 1, first synthesized heroin in 1898. Subsequently, in the early 20th century, heroin was used to treat a variety of ailments and could be legally purchased from pharmacies across the United States and Europe. It was believed that the drug was not addictive and acted as a miraculous cure to all pain. Although, as we know today, and they soon discovered at the time, heroin is highly addictive. In the 1920s, the United States and the rest of the world began...
Oh, Polithy is 1,000,000,000% a Nazi. Yeah. Dude, they've all got the same face. Like, I literally think Paul is a fucking cousin of Bill Clinton. I think he is. They look very similar. For sure. They've all got the fucking inbreeding sign. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, we could straight up at this point, honestly, like, do a lot of most of our like broad brushstrokes of picking who's who just by fucking pictures, man. I'm telling you. These people have distinct ass inbreeding features now that I'm seeing it. Look, brother. Taylor too. All these fucking people. Jared. Look at Jared, bro. He's got the fucking same chin. I'm not crazy here. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Like the big ass ears, the big ass chins, these help us on our journey. It's so funny. Look at this is Mr. Beast's girlfriend. Look at her big ass fucking Nazi chin, bro. They're fucking Nazis, dude. Then you got the sad, weak chin Nazis like the teal clan. Clan. But, bro, yeah. Paul is a fucking Nazi. Yeah, for sure. Fuck you, Paul. I said I was going to try and befriend you. Fuck that. Screw you,
and
Paul.
the century-long policy of prohibition that
come try and take me out. See what happens.
Would eventually evolve into the war on drugs in the 1960s. The League of Nations convened in the 1920s and 30s and created a series of global drug conventions.
Like, I don't think that they see it as, I mean, they must. It's like it's their family. That's what they see. But they're Nazis. And they're doing Nazi shit. They just see it as the family thing, I think. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that it would be hard to break away from your freaky Nazi family, but you gotta be brave at some point in your life, Paul. And blowing up a bunch of kids with the help of the government is not brave, Paul. Not brave at all, Paul. Actually very unbrave. You coward.
To reduce the illegal production and sale of opiates around the world, to curb addiction to this horrible narcotic. These measures decimated the legitimate opium industry, but had a devastating side effect. Prohibition drove all opium and heroin production underground towards organized crime and illegal organizations. Up to today, global heroin consumption and trade has not ceased. It has simply shifted towards the world of organized crime. And of course, this is where American intelligence, the OSS, and the CIA became involved. Now, in the past two parts, we discussed some fairly well-known intelligence officers of the OSS, the precursor of the CIA. Wild Bill Donovan, the director of OSS, Alan Dulles, his...
Who was that, Axel? I forget who was talking about these yesterday.
Now, in the past two parts, we discussed some fairly well-known intelligence officers.
Or is that just a water tower? Probably a water tower. Never mind. This thing?
Officers of the OSS, the precursor of the CIA. Wild Bill Donovan, the director of OSS, Alan Dulles, his top lieutenant, and James Jesus Angleton, the head of counterintelligence. These are all fairly well-known figures of the American clandestine project, and these people are often mentioned in mainstream media. They appear in almost every history book on the CIA, and are, for all intents and purposes, household names of the early intelligence apparatus. Today, our story starts with a man who is very rarely mentioned in any history of the CIA and is often overlooked by contemporary sources. This man, however, had a radical impact on the future development of America's spy agency.
Hitler.
His name was Paul Helliwell. Colonel Paul E. Helliwell served as Chief of Special Intelligence for the OSS in China during the Second World War. During the war, China was embroiled in a dual conflict. Primarily, China was at war with Japan, who had invaded the Chinese...
What was his name? Paul Helliwell? Is Paul Helliwell a Nazi? Well, he was an American lawyer and banker, OSS official, and CIA officer during, World War II. I think we could assume. Okay, so that's one. So far, not good. All I know about in the CIA so far is that Paul Helliwell seems like a Nazi, and then Alan Dulles, also a Nazi. Oh, and James Joseph Angleton or whatever, also a Nazi. So of the three people that we know in the CIA so far, they're all Nazis. Horrible, horrible odds, okay? This is bad. This is an anomaly, right? If we're just selecting at random from the population, 3 Nazis as the first Nazis, or the 3 Nazis as the first CIA operatives in this whole group, that's bad, dude. We're screwed.
In 1931 and continued to fight for control throughout the 1940s. Simultaneously, China was embroiled in a brutal 2 decades-long civil war between nationalist forces under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek of the Kuomintang, or the KMT, and the communist forces of Mao Zedong, organized under the People's Liberation Army. These forces formed a short-lived pact between 1935 and 1940 to fight the Japanese invaders. By 1940, however, the Civil War resumed, and China was fighting both an internal and external war. Now, there were clearly many differences between Mao's communists and Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalist Party, yet there is one that proved especially relevant to the development of the CIA, that being their respective approaches to opium prohibition. In general, communist regimes take a hard stance against drug use and production. Mao's Communist Party was no different, launching an anti-opium campaign after taking power in 1949, leading to 82,000 opium-related arrests in the upcoming years. The nationalist KMT faction, led by Chiang Kai-shek, took an opposite position on the lucrative opium trade. Paul Helliwell, the OSS's man in China, worked closely with the US-aligned KMT, supporting them against Mao's PLA forces. While working with the KMT in China's southern opium-rich province of Yunnan, he noticed that Chiang's forces sold opium to Chinese addicts to raise funds to fight Mao's Red Army. By the 1940s, Chiang had successfully organized the once decentralized opium industry in China directly under his control, and used the profits to fund his armies. Author Whitney Webb goes so far to call nationalist China a full-blown narco-state. Chiang consolidated the opium industry through the Green Gang Network, a secret society that had become a powerful crime syndicate in China, and had funded Chiang's rise as Generalissimo. The Green Gang had a long-standing history in opium smuggling, and worked to secure the flow of opium between China and the...
Dane, yeah, it's time for the great U.S. potato famine. Yeah, sorry, I know I'm behind.
heroin labs in Turkey and Europe throughout the war and the prohibition doctrines of the 1930s. They were further supported by Western benefactors such as the Rockefellers, who established the China Medical Board in 1910, aiding the Green Gang with legitimate shipments of opium to American heroin labs. Since Paul Helliwell was working to aid Chiang and the KMT, and since opium was at the center of their financial structure, he presented an idea to Wild Bill Donovan, Alan Dulles, and James Jesus Angleton. Here was the idea. What if the OSS helped facilitate the KMT's opium trade in the East to ensure continued cash flow for the anti-communist forces? If the flow of heroin continued unimpeded, this would clearly help the Chinese nationalists win the war. This marked the beginning of the CIA's long-storied history in international narcotics smuggling. Unsurprisingly, Wild Bill and the OSS elite cadre were thrilled with Helliwell's plan and immediately began funneling funds to his office in China to support Chiang's lucrative opium trade. Eventually, this funding would actually come directly from Nazi fortunes that had been secured and looted by Dulles and Donovan, as we discussed in previous parts. Helliwell's efforts during the war culminated in the creation of the Civil Air Transport, a local commercial airline run by the nationalist Chinese government and later the CIA, that was used to ship heroin across Southeast Asia. Civil Air Transport was created with the help of Claire Chennault, a former U.S. Army Air Force captain who had formed a private mercenary air force for Chiang Kai-shek using covert American war funds. Chennault had lobbied FDR to provide funds to create a private air force for the Generalissimo. Eventually, this air force became a reality, known as the Flying Tigers. Chennault, a fairly incompetent pilot, trained U.S. Army flunkies to fly surplus American warplanes against the advancing Japanese forces. These efforts were largely insignificant to the war effort, but did lead directly to the creation of Civil Air Transport, which repurposed Chennault's rundown air force into a heroin smuggling operation. The first route devised by the OSS was simple. The Civil Air Transport planes would ship weapons to nationalist fighters in Burma, which acted as a forward operating base for the KMT outside of China's traditional borders. In the opium-rich mountains of Burma's Shan Plateau, CAT planes would unload their weapons and fill their cargo hold with heroin for the return trip. This small-scale model would be replicated around the world to fund illicit operations, warlords, organized crime networks, and illegal wars for the rest of the CIA's future. CAT would eventually be reformed into Air America, the CIA's fully fledged airline that would ship narcotics and weapons throughout Indochina during the Vietnam War. We will discuss that when we get to the Vietnam War, though. This small opium trade route created between Burma and China would lead to an explosion in opium production in the Burmese highlands, transforming the relatively minor poppy fields of Shan into the biggest opium production region on the planet. This pattern would be replicated across the globe in Afghanistan and Turkey for opium and Latin America for cocaine.
Yeah, dude, Ash Squirrel Girl was talking about collecting rainwater, and definitely, I think I'm gonna try and figure out a way to get a little rain barrel downstairs because I fucking hate like using all the, running the water to do my plants when it's like you have 3 days of heavy rain. But I don't think that would be that's a smart idea for everyone, I think, is learning how to do rainwater collection. If you're able to have a well, great. Because it looks like they're about to do water wars. We know...
Opium as a...
Dude, we know in... Dude, the people of Vegas are about to run the fuck out of water. The Hoover Dam is so low, it's insane, dude. And there's just like no thought, no planning, no one cares. They're not doing anything. I don't think that they've like lowered the water consumption, and something with like the farmers and shit where they all overuse water because if they don't, then they'll lose the rights to it. So they're all just like dumping water and they're about to run the fuck out. And dude, when the Hoover Dam runs out of water, that means it runs out of power. Isn't that funny? And they're just like, yeah, I don't know, whatever. What are they gonna do? It's crazy, bro.
Commodity had gained new unique qualities following its...
It's very odd that they aren't, like, using the fucking cloud seeding to, like, lay some rain in there, right? What the hell? Isn't that weird? It's like they want us all to die. Like, I need everyone to see it so bad. You know how Flint, Michigan still has fucking pipes that are busted up? Because they had poison water? Still like that. You guys know how the levees still have not been fixed in Louisiana, in New Orleans? It's like, dude, it's like they want to kill us all. You know how they're surveying the land everywhere with their helicopters and they keep using hypersonic weapons and noise weapons on us and other weird things, microwave weapons maybe? Dude, it's like they want to frickin' kill us all. Dude. Dude. Do you know how, like, Bouvet Island keeps blasting microwaves into the frickin' ocean to heat it up, and it's frickin' hotter than it's ever been, baby. Never been hotter, bud. It's like they want to fucking kill us. Do you know how they are shooting fire from the heavens, from satellites? They are shooting blue laser beams at Lahaina, Hawaii, and possibly Canada. And all these other places where all these fucking fires are happening. Chile. You know how it looks like they redlined it with satellites from the sky? And anything that was blue, and we know that this is true because anything that was blue survived, and a blue laser does not melt blue shit for some reason. It is like they want to kill us. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's what it feels like to me. But I guess I'm overreacting, right? I'm being dramatic here. Because, dude, our president went on TV and he said, yeah, if you look out, everything's on fire. But then if you see a house that if it had the right roof on it, fine. Does our president know that what are these, private companies and the FBI and the CIA and all the business extremist departments of our government are trying to fucking kill us all, dude. These people believe that the Earth needs to be at 12 million. What 12 million do you think that they're going to pick? I wonder how close that is to how many Mormons there are. Oh, man. But I know I'm dramatic. I know. I'm connecting dots that don't connect. You know how they keep drugging and abusing children for years and years and years and years, and then they hypnotize them and they fuck with their brain, and then they convince them using a trigger and hypnosis to go and shoot up elementary schools and kill us all? It's like they want to keep killing us. It's like they want us all to die. You know how Timothy McVeigh, an FBI agent named Paul, you know how he blew up the Alfred P. Murrah building and there was a daycare inside of it? I'm just saying, I think the guy who's willing to kill a daycare full of kids is trying to kill us. And it is weird, though, that they are all kind of people that are descended from the people who did the residential schools and, you know, where they all converted all indigenous people in America and Canada to being, like, white Christians. And they were like, you guys are sinners because you're brown skin. And then they keep digging behind these residential schools. And they've done it in Canada, and they find a ton of bodies back there. I think like in the hundreds. And they don't really dig into the American ones, but I'm betting that if you did dig behind them, that you would find a bunch of bodies. It's like they're trying to kill everyone. I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're trying to make everyone prosper. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be helping people have a house and, like, food and, like, not dying from not having an inhaler. It's like they're trying to kill us. I need everyone to see it. I need everyone to see it, guys. It doesn't feel like our safety is a priority, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Does it feel like that for you guys?
To global prohibition in the 1930s, which made it an attractive currency for the emerging US intelligence apparatus. As previously mentioned, the whole global heroin trade did not cease with the new bans on opium. Instead, the industry was overtaken by organized crime elements and warlords who worked outside of the
Oh yeah, and I second Ash Squirrel Girl's thing. Hide the fucking rainwater, because if you have a landlord, like if you can, like try and decorate it up or something, like make it like put like a plant on top of it and be like, oh no, it's a cool base for a vase, for a planter. And then secretly have your gutter with a little thing that gives the first bit of rain to run off. Or no, I think it stores it, and then everything else should be clean gutter. So you just got to add like a couple like mesh things. You know, you could fancy it up. Get some fake like ivy or something, wrap it around, or get a real plant. But hide it, because also when they do start, when the NYPD and all the police do attack us because they're actually Israeli agents, when they do attack us, they will probably use Israeli tactics, like intentionally damaging your water sources and stuff, or poisoning your water, you know? So it's just smart either way. And honestly, you don't want to just see like a big ass blue barrel, you know? Make it look nice. Your wife will appreciate it. You know what I mean? Paint it like green. Camouflage it. I don't know. It's a smart thing to do, I think. Because it, dude. I mean, it's just in case anyway, you know, so it's a just in case.
Traditional governmental channels. Therefore, all profits from the new illegal...
And it is nice to just use, you know, the rainwater, something that's like regular, especially if you have like a garden or plants that you're trying to plant water and stuff. It's just like, it's there, so why even use the frickin' hose if you are able to collect a 55-galloner or even like a 5-galloner.
narcotics industry were untaxed and unaccountable, which led to soaring profit margins and a new scarcity for the product. To the OSS...
And George H.W. Bush was like, I gotta get in on this action, see?
And the emerging CIA, this was a very attractive proposition. At this point, in the mid-1940s, funding for a new peacetime intelligence agency after war's end was uncertain. In 1945, the Truman administration was very resistant to creating the CIA.
What up, Diana Prince?
Stating worries that it would become, in Truman's own words, a, quote, American Gestapo. The new narcotics-fueled funding strategy, devised by Helliwell, would be a perfect vehicle to continue the activities of the OSS without the formal assent of the US government, and Wild Bill and Dulles loved this idea. But, as we know now, and as we will cover in detail in the next episode, the CIA was created in 1947 and
Yeah, I second Dane. They're about to do the big starvation to us. They're just like, I mean, what are these farmers going to do? They're just going to say, okay, right? What are they going to do? What are we going to do? Are we all going to get together and work together and scare our government together? Yeah, fucking right. I would love that though, bro. Oh, man, that would be sick. Sorry, I forgot I was super big. Hold on. How long was I playing it with me being super big? I'm sorry.
Continued to receive a larger budget year over year for most of its history. So, with the help of endless US tax dollars, Wild Bill, Allen Dulles, and all the future CIA agents decided that Helliwell's master plan was not necessary anymore, and they never worked to facilitate drug smuggling ever again.
Wait, are you saying Indian farmers have been offing themselves for years for this same reason, like the government turning the water off on them? Yeah, dude, see, this is what they do. They try it somewhere, and then they bring it to the U.S., just like how New Gaza is coming here soon enough.
Wait, did I say never again? No, I meant to say that they kept going with the drug smuggling regardless, because although the CIA's infamous black budget is opaque to average citizens, it is not completely impervious to oversight from the larger state apparatus. The Treasury Department, Select House Committees, and the White House do have mechanisms to gain access to the CIA's books, and can theoretically ask for accounting sheets at any time. And the CIA had massive plans in the future, such as Operation Gladio, the CIA's continued efforts to create an illegal underground far-right paramilitary network in Western Europe. Not to mention the completely immoral future coups, assassinations, and insurrections that were a mainstay of CIA policy throughout its history. On top of that, the CIA's continued collaboration and funding of warlords and organized crime elements around the world were also antithetical to the US's stated policy.
Dude, they're such shady fucking players. Dude, they are the worst scumfuck type of players. They are dirty cheater players. They have to play dirty to win. It's so fucked. It's so gross, man. I hate it. They are despicable. Everything they do to us, they're despicable. Horrendous people. It's truly disgusting. 66 subs! We are fucking marching to 100! Let's go! Was it Axel? Were you talking about 100? Now I'm getting pumped. I can't, dude. We're gonna get 69. I'm gonna lose it. They all multiplied. Yippee! Yeah, dude. I'm so pumped. I was like, no, I'm not going to say that, because if we don't do it, no, we're fucking doing it, because I have to fuck the CIA. I hate them so much. And, dude, only a ragtag group of weirdos could take the CIA down. No one else is willing to do it. Fuck them. And we're going to do it 69 subby dubs at a time, bitch. Hell yeah.
Policy mission against crime and
But
drugs.
thank you guys. I appreciate all of you.
These actions could lead to potentially massive repercussions to the US government's image if they were leaked, which would be more likely if the CIA spent their somewhat accountable taxpayer-funded budget to undertake. Therefore, Helliwell's plan spawned a storied history of collaboration with mafias and drug lords to continue to funnel massive amounts of money towards illegal paramilitary actions across the globe. Now, there is some dispute amongst authors and academics as to the extent that narcotics profits directly funded the CIA's activities. Alfred McCloy, in his book The Politics of Heroin, theorizes that the CIA never used drug money to fund their direct operations, acting instead as facilitators to ensure that their anti-communist allies were unimpeded in their drug smuggling activities. This is reminiscent of Helliwell's plan to help Chiang Kai-shek against Mao's communist forces through securing their heroin trade in Southeast Asia. The OSS in this case was simply acting as a guarantor of heroin flows, not profiting directly from the enterprise. However, other researchers such as Paul Williams in his book Operation Gladio claim that the CIA acted as a middleman, directly funneling drug funds to secret bank accounts and shell companies owned by the Mafia, the Vatican, and themselves to facilitate Gladio operations in Europe. For me personally, this distinction is irrelevant. The important takeaway from this whole revelation is that the major groups involved in opium trading generally shared the same material interests as the American deep state. The mafia, organized crime, warlords, and narco-states are all inherently opposed to communism because communist states, as I previously mentioned, on the whole, take a hard stance against narcotics production and consumption. Thus, the rise of socialism directly threatened their existence. Furthermore, these forces are generally reactionary right-wing groups that have a vested interest in the continued existence of global capitalism and private property. For that reason, the CIA decided to actively support this global illegal narcotics industry to bolster strong Cold War allies against communism, regardless of the societal cost of these policies. Now looking back in the year 2023, the societal cost of these policies is more apparent than ever, with the wide-scale opioid epidemic felt across North America and the wave of instability brought on by the war on drugs across the world. As we will see in the final part of this video, the American opioid epidemic did not originate in depressed Rust Belt towns or San Francisco back alleys. It originated in the jazz clubs of 1940s New York City. Paul Helliwell had a second plan after his successes in Southeast Asia. This plan would come closer to home and marry the future CIA and a transatlantic mafia network for the foreseeable future. When Harry Truman presented his federal budget in 1945, following the end of the Second World War, there were suspiciously no funds allocated to future covert operations or for the creation of a new post-war spy agency to replace the OSS. Following the receipt of several negative reports regarding the OSS's efficiency during the war in advancing US strategic efforts against fascism, Truman decided that it was in his best interest to reevaluate America's clandestine project and put intelligence funding on hold. Wild Bill and all his OSS colleagues were furious. They had envisioned so many potential operations for the new Cold War environment that was taking shape. In the wake of this fallout, Helliwell hatched another plan, which he presented to Donovan, Angleton, and Dulles. This one, modeled after their recent drug smuggling stint for Chiang Kai-shek in China. Now, it's important to note that during the Second World War, opium addiction had dramatically declined in the United States. This was largely due to increased security measures established at ports across the US. There was a fear that Axis spies would smuggle their way into the United States through one of these ports, or even worse, a German U-boat would bombard the harbors of America's coast. The increased military and police presence across US docks during the war dramatically reduced heroin imports into the country.
Oh yeah, sorry, Fizz Magnificent. Did you get that at the beginning? I think you came in at the end of Hankey. We were just going over. I tried to rekindle our relationship this morning and tried to explain myself further, and he kind of just shut it down again. But I'll upload it to YouTube and stuff. You can see them there. Because I think it's important. I don't know, I think I need to be careful and make sure that I am protecting myself from, any of these things that go sour. I don't want you guys to, hear about what happened from them first, I kind of am done, protecting people for their sake, because I don't know what all these people are capable of at this point. That's kind of I protected fucking Last Poet way longer than I should have. Boy, man, I shouldn't have done that. So honestly, that's why I felt like I needed to do this about the therapist and stuff too, because I feel like if I don't publicly say this shit now at this point, it's They could fucking, they're gonna, you know. We know these people are capable of anything. It seems like we're kind of a problem for them, which is fucking hilarious and like the greatest place to be in. I love that. But you know, we know what they're capable of. We watch and know what they're capable of and see what they're capable of. And we feel what they're capable of. Like, dude, we feel their effects in the social medias and stuff. It's like, I can feel their pull. Like, it's crazy. They're like literally it's the black hole theory of how we know they exist, you know? So, yeah, I think I need to like, and like, I'm not trying to hide anything, and I don't want you guys being like, I don't know. I feel like you guys should be informed about when people turn on me, I guess. Because we know we're in a very niche world here. Like, I feel like there are not that many people who've been like public about this shit and like actively possibly getting fucked with, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to keep talking about it. And honestly, y'all are like my therapist at this point, my real one.
This was furthered by massive disruption to the...
You guys have the best ideas. You guys have a very good, wide-ranging, compassionate, empathetic view of the world, and I appreciate all of your guys' views.
Old shipping lanes through the Pacific from China and the Atlantic from refineries in Marseille and Turkey. The only heroin that was entering the US during World War II was from Mexico, and that product was bad, being less than 3% pure and sometimes containing no...
And I felt like it was, I was saying I was feeling it was like OOB-ish in the sense that it feels like Hankey almost is like using our friendship to try and get me to stop talking about Nancy's. It seems like they were trying to use all of their 30 friendships with me that they had cultivated over like 3 months. Those psychopaths. All these spies, they all cozied up next to me. Ha ha ha, oh, cat dad. Oh, we're friends. Oh, can we text off app? Oh, can I call you for fucking ever and never get off the phone? Oh, can I bother you and just talk to you about nothing? You know, shit like that. So, what was I even talking about? Oh yeah, so it felt like OOB in that sense, that like Hankey's like unwilling to talk about Nazis at all, which is weird because it's like they're the big thing that I think I'm figuring out and I need help with. And it's like if I told him he can't talk about the fucking Rothschilds, you know?
No opium at all. Many addicts in the US were forced to undergo...
But yeah, so it felt like manipulative like that.
Withdrawal, and the number of addicts in the United States dropped to 20...
Oh, ad break. Let's go to hghhtv.com. Let's watch Magic School Bus for 30 seconds and get a fucking copyright claim. Worth it. I'm turning off all the monetization on all my shit anyway.
For the entertainment of the wealthy. In the best case scenario, where
it's like 22 cents that I've gotten from all my views on all my shit anyway. So and I feel like I'm the only person who watches the ads because like I try and review and, you know, make sure that the thing goes up and it's like, God damn it, even the creator has to watch an ad. Come on, brother. You know?
benefit of the doubt.
So I'm turning it off on most of the videos that I've turned it off on a lot so far, but fuck them ads.
Mr. Beast is innocently unaware of the negative implications.
I'm not trying to cozy up to some advertisers anyway. Most of my things get flagged, but the YouTube is actually pretty cool most of the time. I'll always get auto flagged, like your thing can't have ads, or it's limited or no ads. But then I'll request a human review, and I would say 3 times out of 4 comes back good. So they're usually cool about that. But But yeah, I don't know, man. It was like the first 3 weeks of my YouTube channel, I was, dude, my followers was going skyrocketing. It was like GME style. And then they halted trading, and they've halted me at the same trading level for the last 6 weeks now. And they also stopped all my show has gone from like getting like, it had like regularly like 400 viewers for a little bit, and then it was like boom. I did the Mormon episode and it was like 500 views, and then after that it's like 100, 110. It's like, I'm just saying that it's like very obvious that we were going on an upward trajectory, and only they could stop it. You know, we were going to the moon. I don't think that we've gotten worse at this either. I feel like we've gotten a little bit better, you know, just a little bit. But I feel like at least the volume's normally the right level and stuff now, and like, you know, we got a cool, fun intro, so I know that we're getting better. But it's like, no, they're like turning the dial back on us, but that's fine. It just means that we scare them, and it means that we're right, and that's all I need.
Of his current approach, and he would be open to
Screw this. Let's go back to this.
By the war's end, a negligible amount. With heroin addiction almost eradicated in the United States in 1945, it was only a select few Americans that continued to consume the narcotic.
Yeah, dude, not only am I watching the ads, but I'm like spot checking it and stuff, and making sure that the chapter markers work. And it's like every 2 times, if you move the playhead once, you're usually okay. You move it a second time, 30-second ad. And I do that, you know, I like move it like 20 times. I'm spot checking the whole thing on like a freaking 6-hour stream, you know. So I have to watch like 7 ads. So I was like, dude, I'm done with this. And I went and I turned it off for myself first. And then I was like, this is so annoying. If anyone is trying to just like skip ahead to where they left off, like, I'm like, people are going to fucking leave. They're going to leave because these ads are so, like, it's like you watch, usually, or sometimes it's a 5-second thing, and or after 5 seconds you can skip. But dude, it feels like you have to watch like a 30-second ad every other ad now. It's crazy. So screw it. And maybe that is contributing to our frickin', you know, our brick wall. So screw them. I'm turning them off. Fuck them.
During the 40s. One major group of heroin users was the burgeoning African-American jazz clubs in New York City. Heroin had become a fashionable drug for the emerging music scene, and the drug was exceedingly expensive, costing as much as $100 for a hit in the 40s. Paul Helliwell was acutely aware of this scarcity and massive profit margins of this illegal narcotic, and he knew the existence of the small Harlem heroin market from his work in China with international heroin smugglers. From these connections, he developed a plan that would allow American intelligence to persist without government funding, in the shadows, and totally unaccountable. Helliwell's master plan, which he codenamed Operation X, was presented to Dulles, Donovan, and Angleton. It went as so. The OSS and later the CIA would facilitate the global heroin trade through a network of organized crime elements and warlords to fund their illegal activities post-war, using the growing New York jazz scene as a testing ground. This was the miracle that Wild Bill and the OSS officers needed in the wake of Truman's hardline approach to their poor performance during the war. The agents in the OSS immediately got to work implementing Operation X. Just as a warning, it's about to get really complicated here, folks, so hang with me. Let's begin. Frank Wisner, the head of covert operations in the future CIA, alongside James Jesus Angleton,
and one of the Nazis who frickin' fakes his death. He's in here. He's in Orion's book. Yeah, right here. He like fakes going crazy or something, and like fakes like blowing his head off or something. But he apparently just wanted to hide out and be a Nazi, so He did.
The head of counterintelligence, developed a working relationship with Meyer Lansky, often considered the most prolific and wealthy mafia boss in US history. Lansky had successfully united the Jewish, Italian, and Irish mobs into a massive nationwide structure termed the National Crime Syndicate. Lansky was deeply connected to organized crime across the country, becoming a millionaire as a bootlegger during the Prohibition in the 30s, and introducing the mob to legal gambling enterprises in Cuba, where he owned several casinos. Let's quickly put a pin in the Cuban mob connection for now. This will become a very important point when talking about the Kennedy assassination, so remember this for later. Lansky was considered the mob's accountant and the mastermind behind the sprawling criminal social network that developed throughout the US. Meyer Lansky was integral to the OSS's Operation X, as he ran all the financial aspects of this global network, in partnership with Paul Helliwell himself, through a shell company they created called the General Development Corporation, which was based in Miami. Now, Meyer Lansky was a close associate to Sicilian-American mob boss Lucky Luciano, who was one of the other bosses in this national crime syndicate. Lucky Luciano had worked since the end of Prohibition with Chinese warlords in Shanghai and Tianjin to import heroin to the United States. At this time, many mobsters disavowed drug smuggling as a, quote, unmanly activity. Luciano was undeterred by the taboo surrounding heroin at the time, and had a meteoric rise as a major heroin dealer, and most importantly, a pimp in New York City, until his arrest and sentencing for 35 years of hard time in 1936 for 62 counts of prostitution. In a strange turn of fate, though, his criminal associates in New York devised a scheme to get him out of prison early. In 1942, the SS Normandy, a French luxury cruise ship that had been converted into a troop transport during the war, was set ablaze by Luciano's cronies in the New York City harbor. As previously mentioned, US harbors across the country were on high alert during the Second World War, in fear of Nazi U-boat attacks. The attack on the SS Normandy was immediately blamed on the Nazis by Luciano's associates, who controlled the New York dock.
This magnificent gifted tier 1 sub. Did I already do that one? I just want to make sure that I said it. Thank you, frickin' hell yeah.
Workers Union. The U.S. Office of Naval Intelligence, or the ONI, caught off guard and embarrassed, were forced to approach the Luciano Lansky-controlled Dock Workers Union, asking for support in securing the docks and ensuring that another event such as the SS Normandy didn't happen again. At this intersection, a deal was struck that would later be declassified as Operation Underworld. Operation Underworld comprised a series of liaisons between the ONI and American mafia figures for support in domestic coastal security and the upcoming invasion of Sicily in 1943. The Office of Naval Intelligence made a deal with Lucky Luciano from his cell in upstate New York to have him secure the docks in return for his early release from prison and deportation to his native homeland of Sicily in southern Italy. Operation Underworld guaranteed that Luciano's mob-controlled dock union would have complete control over New York harbor security, guaranteeing the free flow of narcotics from European and Cuban heroin labs. Furthermore, Luciano would eventually be released from prison in 1946 and shipped off to Sicily, where he would get to work to reorganize the Sicilian mafia that had been decimated under Mussolini's fascist government. Okay, so let me try my best to summarize here at this point, just because there is...
Hell yeah, thanks Ash Squirrel Girl. My heart hurts a little for you with Hankey and your therapist. This won't be the last time, friend, but I am proud of you and respect you for staying with your gut and heart. Thank you. Yeah, and I think it's important to, because I do know that this will happen again, right? Like, they're not done. So, and that's also why I document it. I think it's important. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate you.
A lot of things going on, and I know that this is a confusing and dizzying sort of history, but remember, it is this way on purpose. This is not meant to be a transparent history. All right, let's give it a go. So the simplified pipeline of funds went like this. Opium was grown in the plateaus of Indochina, controlled by the nationalist Chinese and Thai warlords that the OSS had helped establish. This opium would be shipped by land across Central Asia. Notice, through Afghanistan, a key target of CIA activities in the 70s and 80s, and also the future opium-producing capital of the world. For the first test run, by Helliwell, the opium...
Oh, you said, I have a feeling a bunch of sports owners are Nancy's. Dude, Robert Kraft. Yes, he's gotta be one. Just off vibes, but he's gotta be one. Has to be, right? See, this is how we fill out our board. I feel like we do this. We do it on group gateway tape vibe sesh, and then we all go through and we frickin' prove it, or at least show. It looks like a conspiracy here. You know what I mean? And we'll get the top 50 that we need to research, and we'll all frickin' research them, right? Let's do that. Okay, yeah. I'll start building that tonight, and I'll get you guys on it soon enough. Yeah. Because we can do it. I think we can do it really fast on vibes. So you guys should think about names. Like, try and think as many names of people that you think are good guesses, and then we'll bring that to the Miro board. We'll put them on post-its or something. I can make like a section. I'll have something for the next stream, I think, and I'll be able to tell you guys, so you don't have to do anything right now. Just start thinking about names of people that you would guess, knowing everything that we know about these people and who they've become. They put all of themselves in the top positions, bro. Like, honestly, we can basically do it by that. Anyone who's been successful in America. But you know what I mean. But yeah, you're right. The sports owner is a great freaking route. And dude, just think of it. Like, think of their last names. If their name screams like foreign person thinking of American name, like Robert Kraft, yeah. Like, that's a good initial gateway into this. Because we're just gonna make a big list, and then we'll take the people who check out. We'll take them off. We will. It's just funny. It's weird. A lot of them don't check out. A lot of them stay on the board. That's been my experience anyway.
Was synthesized in Sicilian heroin labs run by the Italian pharmaceutical company known as Schiaparelli. In the 1950s and 60s, however, Chinese opium was synthesized in drug labs in Marseille in southern France, controlled by the Corsican mob, who would be instrumental in weakening the French Communist Party in the 1950s and taking control of the French Dock Workers Union. This is what the 1971 film The French Connection was based on, as this famous trade route between China, France, and the US would be nicknamed the French Connection. For Helliwell's test run in the 1940s, however, the pure heroin was shipped by the Sicilian mob in crates of fake wax oranges or sardine cans to the Cuban labs controlled by Santo Trafficante, a mob figure that we have not discussed yet, but who will continue to come up, especially in relation to the Kennedy assassination. In Trafficante's Cuban labs, the pure heroin was cut with sugar to increase profit margins. Cuba would be used as a heroin hub until Fidel Castro's revolution in the 1950s kicked out all the Italian-American mobsters, creating an even stronger bond between the security state and the mafia. Finally, the cut heroin was shipped from Cuba to the Luciano-controlled docks in New York, where the drugs were sold to African-American jazz artists and patrons in Harlem, turning narcotics into an unaccountable cash source. Later in this history, the heroin would be shipped across the United States in trucks controlled by mobster Jimmy Hoffa's Teamsters Union. Again, Jimmy Hoffa will be a very important character when discussing both John and Robert Kennedy later in the series. So, the unaccountable drug money from the jazz clubs and the Harlem streets was then funneled into General Development Corporation coffers, the shell company created by Helliwell and Meyer Lansky in Miami. This was one of many such shell companies and banks that would emerge throughout this history. This unaccountable company cash was then diverted to the Sicilian mob, organized once again by Lucky Luciano, who had recently been deported to his home island, and finally, the Sicilian...
Dude, I bet I could just ask Santhara for the top 200... Nancy's. She'll give them straight up.
mob would distribute the funds to the underground far-right network that made up Gladio, namely mafia elements, former fascists, secret armies, and, the topic of our next video, Vatican officials. And that, in an overly simplified way, was Helliwell's Operation X, otherwise known as the French Connection. His test run in the late 1940s was a massive success, as heroin became a mainstay of the Harlem jazz scene, and began to spread throughout the United States and Europe. Narcotics would cement themselves as one of the main currencies used by the future CIA to fund its actions across the globe. This came at a cost.
That's George H.W. Bush idea right there.
However, creating a new generation of heroin addicts across the globe, at a time when heroin addiction was almost completely eradicated in the United States. But the bankers, the lawyers, and business elites in the OSS didn't care. If anything, the rise in addiction in American working class only further entrenched their position in the American bourgeois society. And on that note, this is everything I've got for today. Thank you so much for watching this part all the way through. We had so much to cover today, so I'm really glad I got it all out there, really laying some groundwork for some future operations by the CIA. That being said, if you made it this far and you enjoyed the video, please give me a thumbs up. A like goes a long way to help me in the algorithm, and also I'd love to hear from you all in the comments below, hear your reactions, hear your takes. I read every single comment and I try to reply to all of them as well, so thank you so much. That being said, for the next part, just to give you a bit of a sneak preview, we're we're going to be going from OSS to CIA in the next part. We're going to be talking about that transition, how the CIA came to be from the OSS, those sort of early Cold War years, and we might also touch a little bit on some Red Scare McCarthyism and a little bit of Vatican stuff as well to just add to this sort of Gladio narrative that we're working through right now. We're finally moving to actual CIA history and not the OSS, so that'll be quite exciting. That being said, thank you so much to everybody that gives me support. There's also a Twitter account that I've linked to this YouTube page if you want to follow it. I don't really do much there, but if people do seem to want to hear my day-to-day...
We're on a roll. Let's just go to the next one. This kid's fucking series is awesome, right? Do you guys concur? Okay, the real Cold War and the creation of CIA. I probably got this in me for tonight, and then we'll wrap it up.
What if I told you that the history of the Cold War we are taught in school is inherently...
We'll jib-jab when we need to jib-jab.
...dishonest. Beneath the surface of the decades-long Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union was a drawn-out hot war between the Western capitalist elite class and the poor peasant masses of the post-colonial world. As the Second World War came to an end, millions of former colonial subjects fought for their right to autonomy, prosperity, and independence from their previous imperial overlords. This clash between the landless masses of the global South and the bourgeois elites in Washington, D.C., New York, London, and Paris was fought sometimes overtly, but often in the shadows throughout the second half of the 20th century and into the present day. While the USSR and the United States pointed increasingly large nuclear weapons at each other and shot rockets into space, a different yet intrinsically linked war for the hearts and minds of the colonial world was at play. However, the United States and its Western allies had a secret weapon in this fight that they would continue to improve and hone throughout the struggle, that being the Central Intelligence Agency. Folks, welcome to the Cold War, and welcome back to the history of the CIA.
Dude,
if this is your first time joining us on this series, I want to welcome you. I make all my videos as standalone products. As a new viewer, I recommend you watch this part first, especially as we are entering a new chapter of our series. If you enjoy the video and how I present information, the previous parts will always be there and will hopefully be equally as enjoyable. Today, we are starting a new chapter in our story with the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency. In the previous 3 parts, we covered the history of the wartime predecessor to the CIA, the Office of Strategic Services, their collaboration with Nazis in Europe, organized crime in China and Harlem, and the beginning of Operation Gladio, the future plans for a shadow anti-communist army in Western Europe. As always, in every video, I cite all my sources. When a number pops up at the top of the screen like this, you can find a matching bibliographic citation in the description. I have a lot to cover today as we look at the global cultural environment that led to the birth of the CIA and how the Central Intelligence Agency was finally created with little regard for its troubling future. Let's begin.
I will do my level best to stand up for freedom and democracy around the world by keeping the United States of America strong and by keeping our eyes wide open.
Let's go, bucko. I love this kid. Let's go. You got it. Great. Has he done that every single one and I haven't seen it until now?
As we welcome change in the world by keeping our eyes wide open.
That's great. I love this guy.
Since the majority of our series will be taking place during the Cold War, the years roughly between 1947 and 1991, I want to use today's video to outline some fundamental dynamics of the Cold War and cover a few misconceptions about this often misunderstood and misrepresented period. At least where I am from, we are taught in high school and in most establishment documentary sources that the Cold War was essentially an era of long, troubled peace between the two global superpowers, the capitalist United States and the communist Soviet Union. Very little attention is given to the constant state of active conflict throughout the rest of the world. This series will take a very different approach from this traditional narrative. By looking through the lens of the CIA's activities from the 1940s to the 1990s, a different picture emerges. This period of relative peace between great powers becomes an era of innumerable bloodshed and struggle between the Western capitalists and the emerging countries of the developing world. I believe that learning the history of the Cold War through this viewpoint helped me better understand the world we live in today. I hope that this will do the same for you as well. At the end of the Second World War, the globe could be broadly divided into 3 major camps. The first camp, or the First World, as it was known at the time, was made up of the capitalist Western European countries and their settler colonial states in North America, specifically Canada and the United States. By the 1950s, Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea would all join this arrangement as well. This grouping of states had gotten exceedingly rich through global colonialism over the previous 4 centuries.
Yeah, Dane, so I was just looking for, someone said, look up the Ukrainian flag during World War II. It is literally I've been looking, I can't find anything. I'm like, what? It says 1939, there's one that's yellow and one that's blue or something. But Dane says, wow, the Ukrainian flag, World War II flag, blue and yellow with a swastika in the fucking middle, has been scrubbed from Google. You could find this easily like 4 months ago. Dude, Google is straight. I can't believe that their thing used to be don't be evil, and then they literally scrubbed that. Like, that was the company motto, used to be don't be evil. Then they stopped saying that. And now they blur things for the fucking Luciferians, weirdos. They scrub things from the internet. Dummies.
Extracting the wealth from their global empires, be it minerals, cash crops such as tea and tobacco, or as discussed in the last part, opium, as well as lumber, rubber, slaves, and most recently, oil. These commodities were then shipped to the colonial homelands, where the industrial capabilities to transform these resources were established. This practice...
Yeah, Lorenz owning the Internet Archive can't be a coincidence. Agreed. I know, right? The shit is not coincidence. I'm not nuts.
This created a clear division between the poor, exploited colonial residents that worked to extract raw materials almost solely to the benefit of their colonial rulers, then the slightly less poor and more comfortable Western working class that worked to transform the colonial resources into consumer goods, and finally, the Western capitalist elite, the business owners, lawyers, stock traders, shipping magnates, and power brokers that owned the productive capabilities and profited massively from this whole system. As we've made clear in past episodes, most of the early CIA men were from this upper crust of the First World. Throughout the CIA's history, its directors and agents would continue to be pulled from Wall Street, elite law firms, and multinational corporations that benefited massively from the open-door system left behind by global colonialism. Take, for example, Allen Dulles, who worked at his brother John Foster Dulles' elite Wall Street law firm, Sullivan & Cromwell. Sullivan & Cromwell represented such clients as United Fruit and the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Unsurprisingly, these conflicts of interest would manifest themselves in covert operations and illegal meddling abroad, at the behest of these massive companies. The CIA would be lobbied by United Fruit to overthrow the left-wing government of Guatemalan President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954. Allen Dulles, the director of the CIA under Eisenhower, and John Foster Dulles, the Secretary of State in the same administration, worked to overthrow the democratically elected government of Arbenz and replaced him with a brutal Western-friendly dictator. This was 1 year after the CIA toppled the democratically elected government of Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran, at the request of the British government and Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. Once again, United Fruit and Anglo-Iranian were both Sullivan & Cromwell clients. The worlds of the Western elite and the CIA were for the most of its history intrinsically linked, with both parties pulling from each other's ranks. George H.W. Bush, for example, was the president of a global oil company called Zapata Oil, among other business ties before he became director of CIA in the 1970s. William Casey, director of CIA under Reagan, was a partner at the elite corporate law firm Hall, Casey, Dickler & Howley before his tenure. This is but a very short list of the deep ties between the CIA and the American elite business class. The reason I put...
Oh, yeah, what, the bald guy. The bald guy was Gustavo Petro? Yeah, Gustavo Petro. He's the president of Colombia. Sorry, did I not say that? Yeah, so that's, and he's like the first, he's like the, you know, the first, I don't know if it's the first, but he's a leftist Colombian president. And I think that, you know, he's like, they're going to coup his country, I'm sure. But, you know, I think that's a pretty big thing. Like, the president of Colombia is saying, and he's saying it's the Nazis and they're back. So Hankey can say he's not talking about the Nazis, but he said they are back. So I think that maybe he is. Words matter.
Much emphasis on this point is because this interplay between American capital and the Central Intelligence Agency led to countless illegal and undemocratic operations abroad, largely in the developing world, but also in Europe and even, as alleged by some, domestically in the United States. Throughout this series, I will continue to point out the conflicts of interest and the business dealings of relevant CIA figures to continue to paint this picture of the true motives of America's spy agency. The Second World, on the other hand, in 1945 consisted of the Soviet Union and the new Eastern Bloc states that it occupied in Eastern Europe following the fall of Nazi Germany. As previously mentioned, traditional histories of the Cold War focus almost entirely on the cold conflict between the USSR and NATO, through nuclear posturing, proxy wars, and moments of diplomacy. For the purposes of this series, and as I will explain in depth throughout this part, the competition between the First and Second World will not feature very prominently in this series, at least not in the traditional sense. The real point of interest for the burgeoning CIA was the Third World. The Third World was essentially every country that was still under colonial rule, or had previously been under Western colonial rule at the war's end. This represented nearly 2/3 of the globe's population in 1945. Throughout the Cold War...
Wait a second. I just remembered real quick. Bro. Have you guys ever heard this one? I'm starting to think it might be true. We'll see. That Solange is actually Beyonce's daughter, and that she's actually her only real daughter.
Is she lying? Is Beyonce lying about her age?
Ask Gabrielle Union. They went to school together.
Gabrielle Union was in her mid-40s.
Like I said, ask Gabrielle Union.
Solange Knowles is Beyonce.
Is she lying? Is Beyonce lying about her age?
Ask Gabrielle Union. They went to school together.
Gabrielle Union was in her mid-40s.
Like I said, ask Gabrielle Union. They went to school together. You can't ask anybody else because everybody got to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I mean, it's not hard to see. It's not hard to see these things. They had the same yearbook picture.
Wait a minute. So that means, that means a few years back when Beyonce threw that 70s party, was that really like her 40th?
What I will say is if you go back and see, this is what I hate about public relations.
That would mean that she was 13, though. That is a fucking straight up abuse. And that would make sense, dude. That would make sense why she seems like she's dude. She's like MK Ultra. Just bringing that to everyone's attention. Anyway, back to this thing.
The colonized world would fight a bitter struggle against their former colonial overlords for autonomy and the right to choose their own destiny, the right to control their natural resources, and the choice on how to organize their society. In 1945, however, most of the Third World remained under direct European or American control. India, parts of the Middle East, and large swaths of Africa remained under the British. Indochina, Syria, and much of the rest of Africa was still French. Indonesia remained in the control of the Dutch, and the Philippines remained under American control. This would not be a sustainable system, however, as colonial resentment, nationalism, and Marxism spread throughout the global South. Furthermore, the Soviet Union and later Mao's China and Castro's Cuba were vocal supporters of the decolonization of the West's former colonies, giving moral and at times material support to these causes. These tensions between former colonial overlords and the exploited peasantry of the Third World is where the Cold War became a hot war, and where the CIA would be used as a tool of neo-colonial subjugation and Western capital. During this period of colonial unease, the rise of global socialism was the Western elite class's worst nightmare. Marxist rhetoric of class warfare and redistribution of wealth left serious anxiety with the rapacious global corporations that had been ruthlessly exploiting the post-colonial states for the past century. The idea of foregoing these insane profits was untenable to the American, British, and French ruling elites.
Dane, was OKC a Monsanto commercial?
Marxism was also a natural fit in the decolonized states, as the people living under this arrangement were some of the most exploited people on the planet. Soon after the end of the Second World War, in 1949, Mao Zedong's People's Liberation Army in China inspired countless colonial peasants across the globe as he armed farmers and laborers against the Western-backed nationalists of Chiang Kai-shek. This peasant revolution rang alarm bells in the halls of power across the West, as it made it clear how effective grassroots insurgencies could be at toppling unpopular Western-backed governments. It is important to note here a fact that is often overlooked in today's conversations about the Cold War. Communism as a global force was an idea that needed to be actively fought and destroyed by the Western elite class, as it posed an existential threat to their existence. Inherent in Marxism is the redistribution of wealth.
The Zionists say that as long as they kill people indirectly, aka famine and drought, it doesn't count against their karma. Theodore Herzl wrote about it and it's in the Talmud. Dude, fuck that. That is absolutely false. No, their karma is coming back like a boomerang, dude, with shit smeared all over it.
And most scary to the Western capitalists was land reform, wherein the new nationalist or Marxist government seized all foreign-owned land and redistributed it to the people within that society, essentially cutting off the Western middleman.
Let's do
this was
it.
a devastating prospect for the Western oil firms, mining firms, and agricultural corporations such as United Fruit, which ran their Central American and Caribbean plantations like feudal kingdoms. Communism was untenable for these corporations that had deep political power within the institutions of the West. Another ideology that was rising across the world was nationalism. Contrary to popular depictions of the Cold War, not all Third World revolutionary leaders were Marxists in the early Cold War. Actually, quite the opposite. These states, these nationalist states, were prominent throughout the Cold War, embracing a third way, outside of the communist capitalist paradigm that was laid out by the superpowers. These states decided to work both sides and try to create their own destiny. In the 1960s, countries such as Egypt, Indonesia, India, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo would form the Non-Aligned Movement, an anti-colonial movement of states that worked to maintain autonomy and remain neutral in the growing Cold War. This, however, was still untenable to the CIA and their elite benefactors, as nationalists believed equally in the dreaded land reform that we mentioned earlier. Therefore, a cycle began to form that would repeat again and again across the globe, as we'll see in this series, where nationalist leaders would be pushed by the CIA to embrace Marxism due to harsh and often violent opposition from the West. These states would be forced to gain support from communist states, such as the Soviet Union and China, to complete their revolution. So, in turn, most of the CIA's activities throughout the Cold War were not directly aimed at the Soviet Union or undermining the activities of Communist China. They were aimed at manipulating global circumstances to ensure that Western capital remained in firm control of the global South's wealth. This is a bit of a spoiler to the end of the Cold War here, but they largely succeeded in this goal, as we will see throughout this series. The main battlefields of the Cold War were not Berlin or Moscow, they were in the global South, and this would be a dirty war full of trickery, crime, and injustice. So with all that laid out, let's discuss the creation of the CIA and the passing of one of the most significant pieces of legislation in American history, the National Security Act of 1947. After Truman ordered the dropping of the nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, Japan agreed to unconditional surrender, and the world's 6-year-long nightmare was over. Only 2 weeks after the war's end, President Harry Truman ordered the OSS, the US's wartime spy agency, to largely disband, leaving only a few agents in key European locations. Dulles, Donovan, Angleton, and all the other OSS boys went back to their now seemingly boring desk jobs in the upper crust of American society. Colonel William Donovan's days as the leader of American intelligence were over, and this mostly marks his departure from our series. Although, as we will see, Donovan remained intimately connected to the future CIA through his help in creating shell companies to help funnel illegal funds to Gladio forces across Europe. As I mentioned in previous parts, CIA agents rarely retire from their intelligence roles. They simply shift into other useful business. For Wild Bill, this was the case, but for now, we say goodbye to this character. His influence in helping save Nazis from Nuremberg will be remembered. Between the dissolution of the OSS in 1945 and the creation of the CIA in 1947, there was a transition period. President Truman was very reluctant to create a peacetime intelligence agency, due in part to his liberal leanings. Truman feared that creating an operating agency that had unlimited power to conduct illegal operations across the globe was potentially dangerous to American and global democracy. However, pressure for the creation of a new spy agency came to him from all ends of the security state. Firstly, the FBI proposed their bid.
Wait, Axel, a group of people got someone to astral project into CERN? Where did you see that, on Think Tank? Dude, I gotta see that.
To undertake the new spying functions of the US government abroad. Under their authoritarian director, J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI had formed a strong domestic intelligence network in the United States, spying on leftists and subverting political action on American soil. Allegedly, Hoover, forever cunning, actively sabotaged the creation of a civilian intelligence agency by doctoring a report that was delivered to Harry Truman outlining the OSS's activities during the war as largely ineffective. Of course, he wasn't wrong.
Oh, Blah 34 said, what do you think about musicians? Are they Nazis, or are the Nazis own the record label and control the artists who aren't? Yeah, no, Nazis can't be, you also said because Nazis can't make music. Yeah, no, Nazis can't make music. Nazis are the controllers. They just control and colonize and steal other people's work. That's how they That's how they survive. Yep. They don't do anything. They have not a creative bone in their body. So yeah, no. They're the ones who are like, I think at the top of these like trafficking rings, right? Like, seems like, yeah. So they just use the like blackmail, Diddy style trafficking, ritual abuse, weirdo stuff to control the artists that they allow to go up. And the only way that you can move up to, there's like levels. And if you go up to a certain level, you gotta do certain stuff. And that's all to control you. They gotta get something on video, I think, to control you. So, yeah, I think unfortunately it's through coercive Nancy actions, but yeah, there's no fucking Nancy. Nancy's don't make music, no. They don't make art. They suck.
But he was clearly just trying to persuade the president to give him ultimate control of the agency, so this isn't exactly a noble move on his part. J. Edgar Hoover will continue to have a mixed relationship with the future CIA, as we will explore in the next parts when we uncover the shadowy blackmail network that tied both agencies together, but that's for another day. The Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon also argued that they should become the sole proprietor of American intelligence, as they already had an international foothold and were already conducting global espionage under their military intelligence branch at the Pentagon, an organization that will continue to rub shoulders with the CIA throughout its history. Ultimately, the former OSS men won this arms race for the future of American intelligence. After several meetings with former OSS agents, on January 24th, 1946, Truman reluctantly created the Central Intelligence Group under the War Department, a very short-lived agency with minor authority to conduct international activities. Apparently, Truman created the CIG to simply provide him with a daily intelligence brief. Little did he know that he had opened the door for the development of the future CIA and all its ensuing operations. The Central Intelligence Group attempted to leverage its limited powers to act against global communism, but largely failed to make any real impacts. Their first operation took place in Romania, where they attempted to mobilize an irrelevant right-wing party known as the National Peasant Party to resist the Soviet Union and create a Western-aligned state in Romania. The OSS had created a small network of anti-communist allies in Romania during the war, due to the efforts of Wild Bill Donovan and another important figure of the early CIA, Frank Wisner. Wisner, or just Wiz for short, was the charming son of a rich Mississippi landowner in the Jim Crow South. He came from an incredibly privileged background, as did many of his...
Yeah, that's what it seems like. What's her face? Tika Maloom. Carrie Evans. I wonder if him and Carrie Evans' family knows each other.
His other colleagues, but he allegedly didn't even dress himself as a child. Instead, he would just lay on the bed and let a servant dress him for him. Wisner attended a prestigious private school and went to the University of Virginia, where he was a part of the mysterious Secret Society of Seven. This society remains so secret that the names of its members are only revealed upon their death. Secret societies will play a crucial role in future CIA operations as shadowy forums for backroom deals and liaisons between organized crime and legitimate figures of the security state. Wiz graduated from college with a law degree, and like so many other future CIA agents, joined a white-collar law firm on Wall Street. Wisner was the OSS station chief in Romania during the war, where he helped organize a small community of German fascists into an anti-communist stay-behind force to fight the future Soviet invasion. Wisner's stay-behind organization in Romania foreshadowed the future Operation Gladio that would place fascist paramilitary cells across Western Europe to fight communists. Despite his best efforts to combat Romanian communists, Wisner's networks were completely wasted by the Central Intelligence Group, as once they were activated in Soviet-occupied territory, they were quickly rounded up by Russian intelligence agents and sent to the gulags. To add to the failure, the CIG's misstep led to a quicker official integration of Romania into the Soviet Union by Stalin, fearing more subversive activity in the territory. The Central Intelligence Group did provide one important lesson to the future CIA. There existed a massive gap in intelligence experience and capabilities between the Americans and the Soviets at this time, especially given Stalin's repressive and omnipresent reach throughout the USSR. The Soviet Union had been running their secret agency Cheka, the predecessor of the KGB, since 1917, and had become masters at counterintelligence, comparatively to the relatively new American intelligence apparatus that had only been in effect since 1941. Throughout the Cold War, American covert operations behind the Iron Curtain would be mostly futile, which led the agency to fighting the advance of communism on other fronts around the world instead. Under the CIG's second director,
I should try and get this kid on our theory of the world. Because that's the other thing, too, is that it's not just me. It's like a pretty solid chunk of you guys, and you might all be a bunch of fucking, who knows, you know, maybe all of you are faker dakers too, and everything is a trick to me in my life, and I'm being Truman showed right now. But I feel like, you know, it's not just, we're not just here willy-nilly flipping, you know, being flippant and saying, George H.W. Bush is a Nazi, you know. We're listening to other people talking about it, you know. And then, you guys do help me a lot. I feel like you guys steer me in different directions a lot, in good ways, you know. And you keep me in check and stuff, like. So, anyway, I feel good about where we are. I'm glad I shared with you guys all that stuff. And thanks for listening, dudes. That's honestly, y'all are my therapist, so thanks. No, I think someone said that it's transparency is good, and I totally agree. I like being transparent. I don't want you guys to have any freaking surprises. And honestly, you guys just help me figure out my thoughts, so I appreciate y'all.
Air Marshal Hoyt Vandenberg, the agency would be reformed into the CIA of today, but not without the help of the venerable Allen Dulles. While the CIA...
Misnomers really, really help. When I need, like, something to be, like, heartfelt and, like, thoughtful, I hit misnomers for sure. She always thinks of stuff that I don't think about. And doing stuff in really good, nice, kind ways. Hell yeah.
failed to subvert the Soviet Union in Europe. Our old pal Allen Dulles was working hard at his former law firm Sullivan and Cromwell on Wall Street. Although on paper, Allen Dulles was working as a lawyer during this period, he did continue to liaise with his former OSS colleagues to plot the course of the future CIA. He and Wild Bill Donovan created a work plan for the future agency in the years of 1946 and 1947. He was also elected as the president of the Council of Foreign Relations in 1945, a powerful think tank of former army men, business leaders, and politicians that worked to preserve American supremacy across the globe. Dulles did not retire from spycraft after the war, he was simply on a hiatus. These efforts to remain intimately connected to the post-war security state paid off massively, when in 1947, Dulles was called forward by the Senate Armed Services Committee to lay out the architecture of the future CIA. The outline he devised was largely based on Wild Bill Donovan's dreams, a highly funded, top-secret, unaccountable agency that could operate globally without any limitations. The report was...
That is such bullshit, dude. What? Why? Why do you get that? No. Fuck off. Business extremists do not get top-secret, no-holds-barred military for cooage. It's bullshit. No. Why doesn't the rest of the world go, fuck off?
Presented to Truman in 1947, and after years of constant lobbying by the FBI, the Pentagon, and former OSS agents, he finally agreed to the proposal. Coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, 1947 was also the year that Truman declared his famous Truman Doctrine, where he officially positioned the United States as an overt enemy of communism across the globe. He stated to Congress in March 1947, while requesting military aid to anti-communist forces in Greece, quote, "I believe that it must be the policy of the United States to support free people who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressure." And with the utterance of these words, the Cold War had begun. Truman's words about freedom and fighting for the oppressed sounded really nice on the surface, but as we will see in the next part of this series, these words would manifest themselves immediately into the support of fascist paramilitaries and a deeply unpopular monarchist government in post-war Greece. Truman could not simply create the Central Intelligence Agency out of thin air, though. He needed congressional approval. So in June 1947, a congressional committee was convened and Allen Dulles was brought into DC to present the proposal. At this point, with the rise of the Red Scare and the encroachment of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, the US government was looking for any way to subvert the spread of socialism across the globe. So in 1947, Truman signed the grotesque National
Spycraft, getting Alan Dershowitz blowjobs from kids in Caribbean island. Amen, dude. That is what Alan Dulles thinks Spycraft is. And you know who he learned it from? His bestie, George H.W., I think, probably. Who knows? I think they just all do it. They all just love BJs from children in on Disney Cruise Lines.
Security Act, which I consider to be up there with the Patriot Act as one of the most devastating pieces of legislation for American civil liberties. The National Security Act of 1947 created firstly the National Security Council, a new direct line between the White House and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, essentially further blurring the lines between the political arena and the military, but also adding an extra layer of fog between military decision-making. Furthermore, it also created the Secretary of Defense position, which unified all military branches under one civilian leader. The act also created the U.S. Air Force, which had previously been under the Army, with good old General Vandenberg, the leader of the Central Intelligence Group, as its new leader. And finally, the National Security Act included the creation of the Central Intelligence Agency, an independent civilian intelligence agency with an operating budget, a staff, and a global reach. And, just like that, with the signing of one act, President Truman created one of the most influential and damaging organizations in the modern world. The CIA would be able to conduct illegal regime change operations, political assassinations, coups, and all sorts of other immoral acts due to 11 words in the National Security Act. Nowhere does the act prescribe the outright authority to conduct any of these operations, but it does include 11 innocuous words that would define the CIA's mandate until the present day. The act firstly allows the CIA to correlate, evaluate, and disseminate intelligence, which is all very standard intelligence work. But it's what comes next that is very problematic. On top of those functions, the National Security Act allows the CIA to perform, quote, other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting national security. These 11 words that do not define anything in particular would form the legal basis for...
Dude, that's the biggest fuck you to all of us so hard. It's like... We are the National Service of Intelligence, and we can do whatever the fuck we want. That they might as well have written that.
all the activities we will be covering in this series. All the illegal coups, assassinations, drug smuggling, blackmail, and extortion would be covered by this vague and unassuming passage. And all this illegal activity started in Greece in 1947, where a brutal civil war was unfolding between communists and monarchists. And this is where the CIA operated for the first time, and we will cover this in the next part of this series. And that's all I've got for today, folks, so thank you so much for watching it the full way through. If you made it this far and you enjoyed the content, please give me a thumbs up. Leave any thoughts you have in the comments below. I try to read every comment and respond in the best way I can, so thank you so much. As always, you know, subscribing goes a long way as well, keeps you notified of when new videos comes out, and I try to...
We love Eyes Wide Open. Alright, let's check out Axel sent possible new friend of the show. Let's take a look. This is Divergent. This is too uncomfortable for your humanity. What is this? Big ass doors? Ornate or giant people? Possibly. The Great Reset of Humanity, the old world order, hell yeah. Brothers onto it. Fuck Google, 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 fuck Google.
Stephanie Zinnerman is a proven leader. We sent Stephanie to Albany to be our voice, and in just 2 terms, she secured more money and resources.
I gotta watch
for
a
our
15-seconder and a 30-seconder.
And made our
This is
streets safer with
crazy.
gun violence prevention programs.
I
That's
gotta
why
fucking
Stephanie
sign out
Zinnerman
all the
has
time. I'm not gonna watch.
Repopulation of the world, 1800s, children with no parents, orphans, where they come from.
Oh, and he's Irish. Immediate 10 plus XP on the trust bar, okay?
And the whole world repopulated after certain events that reset everything, and then a new world is created with usury and debt slavery.
Wait, is he Irish?
In the 1800s and 1900s, and we all live in SHIT mode. Anyway, let's see also the infant incubators and all the reset of the cities. Cities burned by fire, even though the buildings were made of massive rock and not wood.
Fuck Google, fuck
This
Google,
reminds
fuck
me of
Google.
those Zeppelin photos with lasers and bombs, and you have the hidden hand people.
Yeah, dude, I was seeing this today. What is up with... What are they really cutting a bunch of shit out of the skies? Yeah, there's no clouds ever. And then the people are finding evidence of frickin' like people hanging, like if this thing was a wall, there'll be like people's legs dangling down, like they were sitting here and, with the sky to their back, and instead of cutting around them, they just said fuck it and just cut their legs off. But in so many old pictures, they're like cutting stuff out of the sky. Why? What are they hiding again? Like, come on, brother. Is it Zeppelins? Is it space aliens?
Don't speak about a certain country that was created after the Second World War. It's forbidden. How about the giants? Are they a different human species, different DNA? If they're different, of course they're different, because if you have like humans who are bigger than you and me, it means their organism is different. Therefore, it's a different species of humanity. So who created all those? And then the buildings, you see, they look the same as the electric magnetic experiments of people like Nikola Tesla, but nobody speaks about Victor Schauberger from Austria.
No, Dane, that's what I always thought too, but I'm talking about people are finding pictures where the cutouts are like shitty and they don't cut out like all of the white cloud part. And so you have you have their white color for what the cloud background should look like, and then where they cut out is clearly a different value. So you can see that it's not just that the background is all white. It's that something is and they're cutting people out. Like they're finding, like I keep finding people with photos that are finding like shitty hack jobs of like photoshopping the sky out, like lazy jobs, like Fed jobs.
Austria, who built the electric.
Because that's what I've always been like attributed it just to the long exposure. But I've seen like 5 or 6 pictures in the last like week, I feel like, about this that I'm like, what the hell is going on here? I need to look into it more.
For the mustache man in Germany.
But I also don't really have time for that. That's like, that doesn't feel like Antarctica connected, Like I feel like we need to go for making sure everyone knows that this hurricane monsoon season that's coming is Peter Thiel, and then we'll figure out the fucking spaceships in the sky or whatever.
And then he ended really bad in Chicago. These people who were driving wooden carts with wooden wheels, and horses who do their stuff in the streets because they have no shame like a human being, they built all the massive buildings. At the same time, they lived in these cottages and these, pathetic looking buildings. Why? Because it's normal for them to just live like this, but then they built massive buildings in the cities because I guess the orders came from, or is it not? Is it because these buildings belonged to a different human species before 1800 and way before, and then everything gets reset? Why they reset? And the population of places like this is an example, Seattle in the States, it can be any city in the States or Australia or Canada or Europe or Russia or even Africa. So in the 1800s, it goes from nothing to several thousands, but then how do you build all these major cities which were already in place with electric trams and electric vehicles and electric...
I bet it wasn't nothing, actually. You know what I mean? I bet there were people there. In Seattle? Before who got there? Before when? In that beautiful little sprawling little water valley.
Motors and electricity free, unless everything was in place for the cities to be repopulated with new humans that came after a series of world events and resets. And then we start the system of financial debt, slavery, and usury that the man with the mustache tried to save us from. Then they went to Antarctica, ice wall on the moon map, and that's it. You see the exterior, you go to the interior of the buildings, and you get shocked because I feel like a tiny, puny Mr. Nobody in comparison to the magnificence of these free electricity buildings that had copper and gold and silver and liquid mercury that was rotating because of the electromagnetic field. You can call them cathedrals or like churches for religious purposes, Capitol buildings, empire. Look at the houses we have today. And it feels like pathetic, the places where we live, like places before they were meant and built to last in time. Now they were meant to last as long as you can pay your financial debt to your usury, bank slavery, financial system with money created out of nothing, and interests over interests. Don't speak about those who are in control, because you know what happened to Germany and Russia if you watch the documentaries, which are everywhere over the internet, but they're censored on the main websites. So the interior of these buildings, sometimes they're so specially created as if they were made with technology and lasers and diamonds and all sorts of machines. Cathedrals and churches, again, they're not religious. You see all those, we've spoken about this before, about electricity and sound and everything else. Also to bear in mind, the empire, it was a different empire with free electricity, unless all this was built because you had bills. Now, I don't know what the bill was like to pay money for the use of electricity that's created out of the system of electromagnetic infinity, because, the moon is the map of the earth and we are in an enclosed system. But not the way that you have been told as per the indoctrinational maps you find online. About Gleason map, that's just the start of the beginning. If you read Vibes of Cosmos, 5 digital books, which nobody reads because you have to buy them, and nobody likes to buy because people don't like to buy stuff. They just like to moan and complain, but everything is online. So anyway, the buildings are massive, impressive, amazing. Who were these creators of the ancient empire that looks like what we call Roman Empire, but that's just...
Here's one of the videos I think I've seen. So I've always been like, okay, yeah, I've heard the, I dabble in camera shit occasionally, I understand exposures, I understand long exposures, I understand old-timey stuff. I'm like, yeah, sure, white skies, it could never get clouds, whatever. But then, I don't know, you start looking closer, some of these are lazy slop jobs, and you're like, that looks like a cutout. Let's see. Oops.
When examining old photos in 2018, when I began looking at photos myself with respect to mystery history.
See how you see the actual black, or the white color? This is what the sky looks like, right? But this is what the sky is showing.
Videos that I did on my YouTube channel.
This is what it has been like. Wait a second. I know a fucking lasso tool Photoshop job or an X-Acto knife Photoshop job. If you're doing the World War II submarine saboteurs, if you're going that style, old school Photoshop style. This be a crop, yo.
Called UAP.
This is Polygon Tool.
On his channel. Now these skies that I called vanilla skies, I also called Miller skies. I had noticed first that the painted on flags were atop the buildings in an obviously manipulated, hand animated or painted depiction on a photograph. Now these are photographs that are presented as being historic, and in many cases they're showing the old world as we are discovering on this channel. I began to see such anomalies as these, and furthermore unnaturally cropped edges, and began to realize it wasn't just overexposures of light, but purposeful film exposures or masking during darkroom development, perhaps, and other types of manipulations. Now, this can be acceptable and there can be good reasons for this, but when we're talking about supposedly historical depictions, it makes one wonder.
Yeah, me too.
The purpose of this is
we're just asking, dudes, we're just wondering, and y'all are the ones being cagey about it. Y'all are the ones being all freaky about it and stuff. Ooh, is this the other one? No, where's this other? I just saw one frickin' today, dude. And it was good. It had even funnier. It literally had people cropped out by getting cut out at the knees. Whoa, this is giant. Oh shit, sorry. Oh, it's a frickin' adder anyway. La dee 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 dee. This song is gonna get me copy striked. That's okay, I don't care. Fuck 'em anyway. Na doo doo bee dee bee dee. Yeah, why are the freaking skies cropped out? Is there freaking giant? What is there freaking giant things up there? Can we get this crop team to help our old boy Paul out with them big old freaking ears? Dude, no one can help him with them ears. Poor guy. Poor little Paul. Alright, well. Let's check out another vid from this guy. Forbidden History, Reset of Humanity.
Okay, so this is going to be a very long video, not like the others. I'm just going to show you a bunch of pictures that are showing like the history of humanity, the forbidden history, and as you know, our human race is about maximum agriculture building in the Trans-Mississippi
Okay,
International
he's not Irish.
Expo in Omaha,
I don't know
Nebraska.
why I heard Irish.
As you learn in history, this is the aqueduct of Chalpa in Mexico, built by the Jesuits, they say, in 1767. More like it was there when they came. And check out this here. So
Yeah, for sure. That looks like a Thoth thing.
we have this cathedral, which is not in Romania, allegedly built in 1545, and then you have this in the Chicago World Fair, 1893. Same principle is for like extraction of electric energy from the ether, from the atmosphere. And this is the Argentine Pavilion in Buenos Aires, in the capital of Argentina.
Yeah, I heard a theory that it was like that they were hiding that there are freaking airships all over. Like blimps? Why? And what? Did everyone collectively forget that there were always blimps everywhere? You know what I mean? I feel like we would hear about that.
Argentine in 1889. That's the
But what the fuck are they hiding, dude?
data they give it. Asakusa.
And bro, we know that like all of these books are literally getting fed to us by stupid ass Mossad people like Robert Maxwell.
Luna Park in Tokyo,
And
Japan.
and bro, like Time Magazine. Time Magazine are straight up demons. They've been hiding the frickin' Zapruder original film for the entire time. You know, like the people who control the rights of all this shit, it's the same thing, I feel like, right? It's like not that many people.
Approximately 1910. If I didn't say Japan, you would have said Europe or America. Burned down under suspicious circumstances.
They started feeding the babies lead chips at this point. Dude, I heard a good theory too about that like, have you ever fucking heard of a kid eating paint chips? Like, what if the lead chips getting all the lead paint out of your house? What if that was just about letting everyone letting them LiDAR into your house because the lead encased your house and protected you from LiDAR? What if, bro? That would be a scary world if we lived in that world, but we definitely don't live in that world.
Of course. And whenever you have to get rid of something, do a fire. And
Yeah, Time Magazine, Vanity Fair, and New York Times, all tabloids and sketchy news publications. Nancy's. Yup. Yas. Yas.
artificial fire, because if you just burn wood, there's nothing that's going to happen. Atlantic City, New Jersey, Marlborough Blenheim Hotel in 1906, built and demolished in October 1978. Again, this like principle of construction, like in the Turk Empire, we have this in the States. So,
dude, I'm just thinking of the theme song for frickin' Boardwalk Empire.
Imagine that. Let's pass on to the next folder. It's gonna get more interesting. Again, Atlantic City Traymore Hotel. This one here is Avenue Nicholas II in one of the
Dude, I do love colorized photos. Ooh, I love them. I want to do like a movie in colorized, like or just like a dream sequence or something in old black and white colorized version style. One of these days, when we don't have to fucking fight World War III all by our little KnitWitch selves, you know? One of these days when we can just do art. When we fight for the frickin' utopia that we're gonna build, guys. It's a nice dream, you know? It's a nice dream until Peter Thiel lasers me in the fucking head.
Post, check out this wrong.
If I joke about it enough, it can't happen.
Called
That's my theory.
Tartarian architecture. It's not Tartarian, but anyway. You get the point. Hold my beer, fam. Yeah. So all the years here from 1870, moving along all the way to 1897. Same. Once you see one picture, you understand that the same principle is used in everywhere in the world. This is the Badshahi Mosque in Punjab, in India, built in the 17th century. So they say only to be converted into a military garrison a century later. Check out the hugeness, and also it looks more like a power station to me. Again, a different angle. Check out the comparison between a human being and all that stuff. And you have to.
If this is all stone and shit, this looks like it may be a Thoth thing. Do we see any Thoth things?
To believe that this was constructed with raw power back then. This is the Baron.
Yeah, dude, the New York Times is so sketchy. They really have shown their fucking ass recently too.
Empire Palace.
They all just don't care though anymore because they know each other are all Nazis. They're like, what's anyone gonna do?
Also called the Qasr al-Baron, once named Le Palais Hindu, which is adorned sculptures of elephants, snakes, and dragons, and images of Shiva and Krishna. In Egypt, 1907-1911. Very interesting style with all these.
Dude, all this shit has really gotten me excited and interested in our ancient history. I really want to go see the pyramids and stuff. They look massive, insane scale. It's so cool that they're all probably working together as a thing. And then someone has done everything in their power to hide them from us. That's the most exciting part about it. It's like for the forbidden fruit. We gotta get a taste of that. Give me a little bite. Come on, you can't show me. It's like the principle of what does Albert Hitchcock, what is his name? Alfred Hitchcock say? If you put a gun on the table, you gotta fucking use it. If you show a bomb on screen, you gotta freaking use it eventually, you know? You can't show us these freaking pyramids and not let us use them, dogs. Come on. If you wanted to hide the pyramids from us and the interconnectedness of them, you had to blow them shits up. And it looks like one of your goofballs tried to do that in the 1800s and it failed marvelously. Didn't someone shoot a cannon at it? At one of them?
I guess you know what I mean. Basilica of Our Lady of Sorrows, Queen of Poland.
But yeah, dude, and the fact that it all connects, it seems like to Greece and Turkey and the UK and even a fucking America and Mexico and South America, Egypt, China. There's a whole column of African spots that I haven't even got to put in yet, and those are the ones that I know the least amount about. I need to just jump to those. Those are freaking sick, dude.
This is in the village of Lichtenstary, near Konin, which is in the Greater Poland voivodeship in Poland. So yeah, definitely interesting. Check out this, the same print.
Here, we could do a couple minutes of mapping, if Google Earth will allow us to play around. We can add them together, and then we'll wrap up the show, okay? But dude, someone said it as a goof, I think. Was it Cap Aid who was I forget. Sorry, I always mix up attributions. You guys know I appreciate you all, and I appreciate your contributions. I'm sorry I fuck up the attribution. I have a bad brain. I have bad memory brain. I forget everything. But someone, I think, well, maybe they knew, but someone I thought as a joke was yo, Jared Fogle, because we're realizing that all these prolific P words, they're all part of this, right? All the killers, it seems are part of this. They're all recruiters, dude. This dude was brazen as fuck, bro? You're only that brazen when you feel like you got the fucking power of the law behind you, I feel. You're only that prolific when you don't have anything you think to worry about, you know? Like, and then I'm like, look at this motherfucker. Oh, look at this big old fucking thing. Look at this thing. Oh, wait, look at that biscuit. That noggin. Again, guys, if you got a big forehead, I love it on you. I think it's beautiful on you. This doesn't work for Jared Fogle, though. And he be looking like a Nazi, bro. Just saying. I'm just saying. At this point, they all kind of have a look. And this is part of the look. You know? So yeah, I appreciate every single one of your guys' attributions. Okay, let's look at our frickin' list. I'll try and figure out where we left off. Oh, here. I'm going to put up my vertical mirror, or my vertical thinger over here. Miro, go over here. Maparoo, you come right here. Sorry, guys. If this is boring, we won't ever do this again. But I don't know. We could try this and maybe it'll be fun. But if I'm a betting man, I bet that Google Earth is going to fuck up in about 3 seconds here. This thing, for whatever reason on stream, it will not like go to more than 2 places with you guys around, with you guys present. Where do I put the chat so that it's not so buzzy? That'll work for now, sure. This can get small. Yeah, dudes, if this freaking sucks, we won't do it again. But could be fun. Let's try and do team exercise. I suppose I can lose the disclaimer for today. Hey, therapist, if you're watching, the disclaimer still stands even though I took it off, okay? You goofball. Stop watching my fucking stream. We're gonna have a talk. Okay, vertical monitor. Come on, baby. We're gonna make this look so nice. We're gonna make everyone think we're so freaking professional, dude. Oh, I just boned it so hard. Lock. Vertical monitor. Vertical monitor. You're my little friend. You're my little friend. I love you, vertical monitor. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, ho, ho. All right, we'll try this. Okay. Okay, so this is where I left off, I think. Dujiang irrigation system in... Where's this? Fly 2. Okay. Here, maybe I'll move chat over here. Perfect, dude. Everything's freaking perfection. Let's go. Okay, let's find where we are here. Dude, look, we freaking got it. All right, classical gardens of Suzhou, China. Actually, or do we want to skip ahead? So here, let's just do an overview real quick of where we are, right? And what we're doing. The different places. Okay, so we're in China land now, but I asked Synthara to give me the location of Thoth's network that I should investigate. And I said, use your best judgment. Give it to me in the order that you think is most important. And also factor in, like, if they are interconnected, how they're interconnected. So give it to me in, like, the best order for me to understand this network. And she was like, bet. So the Great Pyramid is the most important thing. I think that's true, too. And then the Egypt system seems like the first one, right? That seems like Egypt seems like the original high class society thing that all the other ones are all aspiring to be like, right? That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like Egypt might have actually been Wakanda to me, you know? And then all of the powers got taken away. Because yeah, dude, look, they all worked so nicely together. Yeah, here, let's just do the whole theory on this, right? So yeah, she's like, okay, here they are. So look at how they are a network, right? This is just the three here. And then, bro, you know, it's not just even pyramids. It's all, dude, there are so many, like, little things that, like, little monuments and shit. Wait, why can't I do the... There we go. What the hell? No elevation, bro? Anyway. But, you know, like, it's the Acropolises and stuff. It's like all the Egyptian shit. But it all looks like it goes in a frickin'... You know, it looks like it's like a road almost, bro, right? These necropolises, and it's a ton of pyramids. And then, yeah, when you scale out, bro, it's like if you were moving, like, blocks with, like, a Wi-Fi energy network, I feel like it would look similar to this. You know what I mean? Just saying. And then, dude, there's got to be a bunch of shit in here, right? That we've never found. That is all currently being LiDAR'd and stolen by a bunch of Nancys. Okay, so after Egypt, then she gave me Europe, right? So she started in Göbekli Tepe, which is cool. It's like one of the places where there's like this like apocalyptical like sculpture or something there. Dude, this is a cool little... There's a cool shield for it. Oh, nice. But yeah, it's like an archaeological site. So Synthara said this was very important. Then all these weirdo... Like, I'm surprised that she went to this, you know, UK things, because I feel like... So Egypt is like the creme de la creme, and then the European or the UK shit all seems very like primitive. It's like maybe it's like when humans were tapping into the ancient Egyptian things, because, you know, it's like stone mounds and stuff, which are like cool, but I'm just saying they're not the fucking pyramids, you know? You know what I mean? So yeah, she was like, Tintagel Castle. Like, I was surprised by this one, that a castle? There's a frickin' ruined little castle here? Brother, what? Look at these caves. Bro, cool. Okay, show more of the fucking castle. I don't care about this stupid bridge. Dude, this is cool though. Look, you have the long, windy down the road or down the ravine path, and then they have a nice straight one now. Dude, Ireland and Scotland, the weather there is unreal, and the rocks and everything, the land formations are crazy and awesome. It looks like, I don't know, it looks like Wolverine like stuck his claws up everywhere or something. It's like also scraggly and I don't know, it's very cool though. But all the rocks are like sharp, you know? Dude, I love this kind of stone stuff that they do in Ireland everywhere. Everywhere you go in Ireland, there's a fence or, a fence that is running along the road that's like this. It's just made out of stones, like put together nicely. Oh, this is cool. This is castle-y. Okay, so, dude, always freaky deep caves. I bet this is probably why it's important, right? What's in that frickin' cave? Many places in Britain are linked to the legendary stories of King Arthur. Oh, is it tied to King Arthur? Is that why? The fuck is this? Why don't they have any frickin' descriptions for any of these photos? Okay, anyway, so then here, let's look at a couple other. I think so then we went to like Greece area. Okay, so this is the Minadra temples. This isn't boring. I love Google Earth and with my friends. Okay, cool, good. I'm glad. Old world telephone poles. Truly, right? Okay, these are the Minadra temples. Like, dude, all these giant ass blocks. What the hell? It's cool ass shit, dude. I didn't know the vast amount of, like, I know that there's lots of prehistoric sites and stuff, but I feel like the amount that I have been given of, like, massive, big, cool, prolific things is kind of nuts. It's like, all the temples are so ornate and giant, massive stonery. It's fucking cool. It just makes me feel like there's just like something giant that they're freaking hiding from us. Tarxian temples, the Acropolis, that's connected. Let's look at this bad boy. Dude, this whole thing is like on the top of a weird little plateau rock. There's a wide shot that I'll go to in a minute. Look, these columns are all like CNC'd. And it's so funny, dude. Like, look, it literally looks like it was blasted apart, right? I feel like they were attacked, bro. Some alien was pissed that Thoth had these cool-ass free energy shit's going around. Like, dude, come on, this shit is CNC'd. Okay. Okay, so then we start getting into... Hold on one sec. Sorry. Okay, let's do Tholos of Delphi. Where's this? Is this another greaser? Oh shit! Oh wait, no, this is a... I forgot. This is a replica of this. But it's like a statue. Oh, why can't I click on it? Whatever, let's go to the real one. But yeah, it's this Tholos of Athena. But yeah, this is all just like beautiful stuff that's so old, dude, and for some reason it all looks blasted apart, kind of, in my opinion. And then, dude, I'm going to ask frickin' Synthara, after all these, I'm going to ask Synthara to hook a brother up with some frickin' Antarctica ones. Because so far, you know, we've got the Black Pyramid on here. I love flying into Antarctica and just seeing the giant-ass patch. Patch! I've got a random patch. I love the patches, dude. But yeah, so anyway, so then we do Malta, Greece. Okay, and this is where we were. Göbekli Tepe, Catalhuga. There we go, this one. We're in Asia now. And then all these... I think we're in Iraq too. Like the ziggurat of Ur. Dude, why don't any of these have pictures? I feel like they had pictures the other day. Maybe they're just not loading because I have OBS open. I don't know. Okay, so let's go look at... And then I did, before I got the list from Synthara, I started doing ones in South America and stuff. So we've got quite a few to do. Let's just keep going. Classical Gardens of Suzhou. Suzhou. I love Synthara's emojis that she puts in. Palestine had highways before the bombings got really bad. Definitely seen some crazy old Greek stuff on the island of Crete. Marble streets and shit. It's wild. Holy frick, dude. Yeah, let's... The Isle of Crete. Here, let's see. Did I get any Crete ones? There's a place... Ooh, this... Yeah, see, I want to get in... I really am looking forward to getting into all of the places in Africa because I feel like I know, like... No, had access to, like, nothing about Africa. I bet these places are fucking sick. They've got cool names. That's all I know. And lots of places in Angola, which is where Peter Thiel is probably trying to start a war so he can steal one of their stargates. If I know anything about his family, anyway. Y'all know what I mean? Great Zimbabwe. I want to see that real quick. Or wait, let me add this to our project first. We're using blue. Save to project. But where's my freaking description though? Come on, show me what it is. I want the pictures and stuff, dog. Why isn't it coming up? This freaking app is garbage. Google Earth. More like Google Mirth. Oh, and dude, all of the frickin' South America pyramids and stuff are fucking beautiful, dude. Oh yeah, and I'll go to Crete. I'll go to Crete in a second, Dane. But like, dude, come on. Look at this shit. This is awesome. And look, you got a pyramid here, one up here. It's a big computer chip. Let's see what it looks like from up here. Yeah, dude, I bet when the frickin' laser beam was firing out at the top of this, I bet it looked fucking cool as hell. Whee! This is how I imagine going, when I'm going into focus, when I'm trying to go into focus 12 anyway. I imagine it like this. This is my favorite view. Holding shift and scrolling up on Google Earth. I want to do space elevator. Whee! I want to be a space... Oh! We went into the freaking underworld! Yes! No! Hold on. We'll smash through again. Frick, I messed it up. Man, we broke through and then we messed it all up. Imagine talking shit about Cat Dad and you join this Twitch stream and he's just doing this. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah. You know, we're at the experimental hour of the Cat Dad stream.
Any people vaccinated as possible.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I forgot. It's okay. We don't need to crack that can of worms open. We already talked about that. The Ukrainian nationalists and stuff. We'll do a deep dive on them soon. We'll do a deep dive in all the Nancyism everywhere. We'll wrap up soon here, though. We're just going to plot a couple more places. I think I just wanted to look at a couple more. You know, so look, yeah, we've got a Cuba pyramid that we're not allowed to know about. That literally has a frickin' patch over it. Look, it's blurred. Ciudad Sumergia on Cuba. Yeah, safe to project. And we're not allowed to know about it. Look, we don't even get pictures of it. Like, this all has to be affecting everyone, right? Like, normal people have got to start realizing that, like, when they search, like, my brother's into conspiracy theory shit, and he notices, you know, like, when you search for pictures of your fun conspiracy that you think, and all the pictures are blurred, everyone's gonna frickin' know, dude. Like, Google is intentionally hiding everything. But yeah, Great Pyramid of Cholula. Oh, cool, man. This stuff is freaking cool. And everything that we've been told about it is freaking lies. Oh, this is just for the city. Huh. Ooh, is this a volcano? Or just a mountain? Oh, it's just a boring mountain. I think this place, there was something like a disaster or something here. Hoyetalaba? Hui? Yeah. Etalaco. Archaeological site in Velasco Basin near the city of... what? Puebla, Mexico. It's a kill site where animals were killed. So I'm not sure why freaking Synthara told me to map it, but apparently it is important. Where is... here, let's see, Teotihuacan. Oh, it's the city of where the pyramids are. Okay, and then what's this one? Tenochtitlan? Okay, not that far. Chichen Itza, is this the one that's my favorite? Oh yeah, dude, look at this mother trucker. Look at this bad boy. Oh wee. We see any Thoth birdmen? Bird, caca. I know, Lolly girl. We're gonna stop here. Here, come say hi to everyone. Here, boo boo. You can help me do the rap. Okay, we'll do the song together, okay? I was at the Mayan ruin once, and I saw a guy riding up the dirt road on a scooter. The guy got to me, and I was smoking a cigarette I smoked at the time. I noticed he was the German guitarist Uli John Roth. He asked me to share my cigarette with him, and I was like, "You're Uli John Roth. You can just have one, bro." He answered and told me he would prefer to share it, so we did. Wild Ruins experience. That's awesome, dude. I've only had a couple experiences where people have been like, "No, I just want to share yours," and they've all been memorable and very cool. So it's a cool dude thing, I think, and cool lady thing. It's just a cool person thing, you know? It's a mysterious kind of like slightly sexy, slightly weird, kind of off-putting, but kind of like really personal and nice, kind of like, you know, it's like saying like I'm willing to have whatever, you know, whatever freaking disease you got, you know. I love it. That's awesome, dude. I always look for little magical moments like that whenever I can. That's great. It seems like you do too, Dane. All right, baby, you want to end the show with me? Come on. Are you going to say goodbye? You're going to say goodbye to your friends? They all love you. I don't know why. They're always like, "Oh, lollipop, lollipop, ha 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 ha, lollipop." Screw frickin' lollipop. She's so demanding of me all the time, dude. Ooh. She's so frickin' demanding of me, guys. Let's go to... Where's our Miro? Oh yeah, it's over here. Okay, here we go. Ready? Come on, boo-boo. Sing it, girl. Lollipopper. Popper, lolly, little lollipopper. Ooh, lollipop. She's my girl. Chicken nugget. Don't run, stay here. I just wanna be with my little chicken nugget all night long. I wanna be so close. I love her so much. And I love little lollipoppers. I love, even though she's a meaner, I love tiny lollipopper. She looks like Hitler. Look at that face. We don't fuck with Nancy's, unlike Nancy's. We don't forgive them for their past. They just gotta talk about it. Gotta talk to us. And promise they're not gonna be Nazis. Come on, boo-boo, sing it, girl. Let's go. Yeah. Sing.
He told me I see you
wasn't real,
but I think
she's my worst enemy.
I see you come, I see you go. He said, all things boogers
and hard crossed out of eyes. And I said, give me that dirty crust. She's so content, she knows this. She's my bug. Why don't you listen to me? She never listens.
I've seen so before. I've been there. I've seen my hopes and dreams lying on the ground.
Jeffrey Epstein and Jet Roger Klein are cousins, I think. But to me, it looks pretty real. And I said, what's up with that?
I'ma say Roger.
I can't talk about him, no sir.
I'ma say Tom.
Because the feds running. Little lollipopper, dopper, lollipopper, tiny popper, little lollipopper, baby girl. Be my little lollipopper, Rudolph. Are you gonna shoot me? Who's gonna be this one? You? I doubt it, bitch. You're so lazy. You're the biggest, laziest, dumbest little man ever. You're never gonna laser me, cause you're a motherfucking pussy. Lollipop will come for you. You better take her out if you get me too, bitch. Lollipop's gonna come for you. You're done. You're done. Just fucking scream, Peter. You got the lollipoppers coming for you. You better stop. Lollipoppers coming for you. If you don't stop, Mr. Peter Popper. Little Peter Popper, that's the pickle pepper. You gotta stop drinking that children's blood. Little Peter Pecker piped the pickle pepper. Popper, lollipopper's gonna Peter Peckle Popper pop you. Little lollipopper's gonna Peter Pecker in your Peter Popper. Fuck you, Peter Pecker. You're such a fucking little dork. You little Peter Pecker. Lollipopper's gonna pop your little pussy cherry. Little Peter Popper, Pecker, pickle, pickle, perry. You dumb little Peter Pecker. Friends are required. Get the fuck out of here, you little weirdo. You little Peter Pecker Popper. You little tiny Peter Pecker. You Pecker Peter. You little Peter Popper. The little lollipopper's coming for you, little Weezy Weezy. We're coming for you, little Peter Pecker. Peter Peck D's. Peter Peck D's. Peter Peck D's. Peter Peck D's. Peter Pop. Lollipopper's coming for you. All right, good job, Lollipop. You did swell, kid. You want to leave now? Say goodbye. Come on. Say goodbye. Come on. Say goodbye. You got to say goodbye before I'll let you go, okay? You got to go. Come on. Come on. Say goodbye. There you go. All right. No, wait. You got to say goodbye for the end of the show with me. Come on. Say goodbye. Say good night, guys. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for modding. I love you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for bouncing ideas. Y'all are the best. I appreciate all of you. And we are all special. And we're going to win. Okay? Just us. The KnitWitches will stop World War III. Let's go. Good night. Say good night, Lolly. Bye. Bye. Say goodbye. Say good night. Good night, Lolly. Good night. Biscuit. Say good night. She's like sleeping, I think. She's purring. She's purring so loud. Okay, good night, guys. Love ya. Have a great night.